Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's Monday, a new week. How is everyone doing? I hope you've all had a fabulous weekend. Now, naturally, as you should know, for those at least who've been in the streams before, you know that a Villa win pretty much sets us up for a good week. So obviously I'm delighted. I'm in a great mood. We dispatched the mighty Preston. Naturally, having our on loan winger / striker Marcus Rashford scoring 2 goals against a team in the bottom half of the championship, it is definitely evidence that he is now elite once more. That's how it works, right? That is exactly how it works. Now, how is everyone today? It's lovely to see a number of you in already. I do apologise that we are a little bit earlier today. So for those that are familiar, you know, I have the heart issues. It tends to flare up every couple of weeks. Last time was exactly 2 weeks ago today. So as it tends to be a thing that happens later in the evening, I thought I'd start a little bit earlier so that we can potentially end a little bit earlier, and or more specifically, so that the stream doesn't end up ending maybe a little bit earlier than I'd initially anticipated or planned. So thank you very much for popping along. I really do appreciate you guys checking in like it's 4 o'clock. It's crazy. So let's say hello. Callie Wynn is in. Now, Callie Wynn, I'm getting the impression that you might be an Internazionale fan. As you said, that there's only one Milan team and it's the blue one. And sadly, here we are at AC Milan, or should I say, Kashevit. We've got the glorious Johnny Trotter in. How are you, my dude? Lovely to see you, sire. We have Supreme Quan. What time is it for you, Quan? Is it morning, or is it just? It's because you're around 4 hours roughly, I think. I can't remember exactly. I'm so sorry. And the Home Domin's in as well. Welcome in, my dude. Whereas you're the other way, aren't you? So this is like this slightly earlier start. It's probably not quite as late in the evening, which, you know, hopefully is something positive. We have the glorious Night of Knee over on YouTube now. I accidentally was replying in chat on YouTube to the comments in Twitch. So Night of Knee has had me responding some very weird stuff, bless him. But has decided to tune into the stream instead of doing laundry. And I will say thank you greatly for that. I mean, I definitely, given a choice between watching me and doing laundry, I'd probably have gone for laundry, I'll be honest. So welcome in FMGNG. Welcome in Blue Lions as well. Lovely to see you both. We have the glorious Coach Sanko in. Now, Coach, you've got a new stream coming, a new series coming up. Has Dortmund come to an end then? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. So, but nonetheless, who's the new team? Who are we going with now? We have Kirill in. We have Jack in over on YouTube as well. Welcome in, guys. I hope you're doing good. Let's have a look. We've got RJ in. RJ's here. Welcome in, my man. How are you, sir? Lovely to see you. We've got El Norby as well, struggling with your asthma. So the stream came in at a good time. Hopefully an evening of sitting down and relaxing. And I hope that picks up for you, El Norby. That is quite frustrating. So Kirill's like, I guess, come on Rossoneri then. Indeed, we're going to have to adjust to a slightly new life with a big team. This is probably the biggest team I've managed in FM for a while, like a proper save, that is. Right, Paddy Thourstar's in. Welcome in, Paddy. Lovely to see you, my dude. Thank you very much for the follow. Lovely to see you. So greetings from Freiburg. Loved your strike video. Marvelous. That's great to hear. So Kwan, there's a 5-hour difference then, so it's 11 a.m. Beautiful stuff. Right, shall we, before we head on over and catch up with where we are with the stream? Well, we've got a lot of admin coming up today. We're going to be learning about the players, maybe coming up with some tactical ideas, working out how we can improve the team whilst we have a very small pool of scouted players. But before that, Coatiba's in this evening. Well, this morning for yourself as well, I assume, Coatiba. And so let's play a mini game as they've redeemed it. So let's head on over to guess the player. So for those guys that don't know the rules, guess the player's a really simple game. You're going to see 4 pictures from a player's profile in Football Manager, one after the other. You're going to see the positions they play. their attributes and traits, the coach report, and the clubs they play for. Your job is to guess who the player is. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. And that gets you onto that lovely little scoreboard down below. Now, just to be aware that this is players at the beginning of FM in the default database. So if you take a player like Joshua Zirkzee, for example, in FM, he will still be at Bologna. He hasn't made his move to Man United yet. So just something to be aware of. It may or may not be relevant. So let's head on over to the very first clue and see how we're going. And RJ is in early, and so he's coming with a guess of DeMarco. Easy win, thanks. It has been a while, RJ. It has indeed. It's a shame. It's a shame it's not going to be right, unfortunately. So FMG&G's gone for Hannibal. Not Hannibal Mejbri, but the one from the A-team, which I love that idea. So is Latan still playing in Milan? That would be incredible, wouldn't it, RJ? So let's see. So Jack, I always just manage the club you're a fan of. Attachment issues, I suppose. I mean, that's fair enough. If that's what you enjoy doing, that's fantastic. And for Coritiba, it's noon here, so you've just finished lunch. Fair enough. That feels early for lunch. Cool. Right. Okay. So we've got some guesses coming in. We've got a guess for Pulisic. We've got a guess for Adeyemi. We've got a guess for Rashford. We've got a guess for Iron Robin. Liao, another guess for Rashford. Raspadori, Sadio Mane. All very, very fine guesses. All very fine guesses. Hung Min says time to go Italian. And I think going Italian is a very, very good idea because the very first guess that came in is correct. Coritiba redeemed the game. Coritiba won the points. Because this is indeed a leading Serie A player at AC Milan. It is Christian, the LeBron James of soccer, Pulisic. Incredible work, Coritiba. Incredible. The very, very first guess, right off the bat. Incredible stuff. Is it really? It is. It really is. My word. My word. So I think that's perfectly fair. I mean, Quan says seems like some rigging going on, and it does, doesn't it? It really, really does feel like someone has given some advance notice, redeemed and got it on the first guess. I mean, now Coritiba's Coritiba's smart. Coritiba, if Coritiba knew the answer, if they'd been like engaged with us, I would have got someone else to redeem the game, right? Like we'd be smarter than that. But I am quite happy to conspire to help anyone close that gap to Crudmo. So if Zeratul, you want to get some answers ahead of time, let's work together as a group. We can give everyone 5 points and give Crudmo like -20 until we're all a little bit more level. That is some astonishing stuff. Absolutely astonishing. Cool. So let's head on over. Now, Fordita over on YouTube said, congratulations to the land Serie A. Thank you very much, my dude. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. And I do need to catch up on a couple of bits from before. So I did see that Zanko is now at Blythe Spartans, doing a youth academy only, 0 signings, 0 loanies, only playing with players you inherit when taking the job, and youth academy. That sounds fantastic. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, that'll be really, really cool. Right, Zeratul, by the way, hello. I do apologize. I didn't say hello. I didn't say hello to Cameron FM either. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. So Crudmo's doing some PSG buying things to the leaderboard. It's disgusting, isn't it? So Zeratul wants to make a complaint about changing stream times. It's cutting down on your napping time. I'm sorry, Zeratul. Like, you know that I'm a big fan of napping, so I genuinely feel guilty on that front. However, if it then finishes earlier, maybe that means more sleep. Like that's hopefully the give and take will be there. That's what we're going for, at least. So Kat and Zara is back in. Let's before we go through the squad, we did have a look at the squad at the end of the last stream, but let's kind of tell the story of where we are. So we stepped down from Darmstadt at the end of last season. We managed to just about squeeze into a European spot for the second season running. We did it on goal difference over Gladbach. +5 versus +3. But we'd already decided at kind of around January time in the save that year that we were going to step down at the end of the season and look for a new challenge. So we kind of feel like we might have been able to take them as far as we can. We just about made it into Europe. We did unfortunately get knocked out in the semi-finals of the Conference League, a 1-0 defeat on aggregate against Sassuolo. Pardon me. And the season was very, very, very weird. We sucked at the beginning of the season. We then were bloody amazing in the middle of the season. And then we sucked again at the end of the season. So I feel like we kind of hit our wall there. But I think it's going to be a good idea to look at how we set up. You know, it's our tactical identity. We've now been a coach in this save for 8 years, so we're going to stick to some of those principles. But how maybe we're going to learn from our experience in the Bundesliga and how that might change our approach for Milan now, which should hopefully be interesting. So Darmstadt have hired Achim Beer-Lorzer as our replacement. He's struggled to hold down a job for a long period of time. Well, he was a director of football for 4 years. That's not fair. But then went back to management. 1 year at Unterhaching, 1 year at Braunschweig, now at Darmstadt. His first moves are... Actually, the transfer window's only just opened, hasn't it? 1st of July, yeah. So the Finn Dworshek transfer was one that we pushed through ourselves. They've only signed one player, but yeah, we can't really judge on that yet. He hasn't actually had the window open properly yet. So that guy there's in. Welcome in, my dude. Hope you're doing well. As is Andrea. Lovely to see you, my dude. And Thibaut. Forza Milan. Love to see you there. And nice to have a sooner stream. It's a slightly earlier one tonight, indeed. Yes. Nick's in. Welcome in, Nick. How you doing, my man? Johnny Trotter, Mrs. Chievo, the Flying Donkeys. I know they've refounded in Serie D. Those Phoenix teams, they never quite feel the same, do they? It's just loses a certain charm about them. Welcome in, Maestro, as well. Lovely to see you, my dude. How was your weekend? So this has been the lie of the land prior to us joining. So Napoli, Juventus, Inter, Juventus in the first 4 years. Milan did win the league 3 seasons ago. Well, 4 seasons ago, before Inter have kind of put themselves back at the top of the pecking order. And they won the league last season at an absolute canter. Was it last season? Yeah, 97 points. They lost just 1 game. Drew 7, won 30. A good 10 points ahead of Milan. The season before, they did lose an extra game. Milan were a lot further off as well. And the season before, it was very, very tight. So Milan, who had won 4 seasons ago, couldn't quite repeat. They finished 2 points behind Inter, who... That's a much more normal season. If Inter have a season like that, maybe we've got a chance. But if they have a season like the last 2, it's going to be very, very tricky. Now, their 97-point season came with their new manager in charge. That is Ange Postecoglou, my favourite manager. My favourite manager has... so he won the Premier League with Tottenham. Took over as Inter champion. Won the Serie A with Inter. So he's definitely man of the moment right now. Cool. So is Kamada in the database? Which Kamada? I mean, I do have. There is a lookup redeem over on Twitch for it. So there is an Alex Kamada at Slough Town. Is that who you're interested in? There doesn't appear to be any other Kamadas. There's a regen called Alex Kamada at Slough Town. That must be who you're asking about, right? And Milan with only 4 titles in 30 seasons seems like a drought of them after the 80s, early 90s. It really does. It really, really does. How did Gravy Boy land the Blue Nero job? It's winning the league with Tottenham. I mean, if you can win the league with Tottenham, I mean, you probably deserve to get a proper job after that. So yeah, we've got a new squad. We don't have any performance data. We got the job on the morning of the 1st of July. So contracts that were expiring, they're gone. we no longer have Christian Pulisic. He's been released on a free transfer. Any of the loans that they had last season, maybe they had some buy deals possible, like an optional clause in there. If they did, we can't activate them. They're gone. So this is our squad right now, and we will kind of cheat a little bit now. We're going to go back to the end of the previous season so that we can actually see kind of how they were performing, get a little bit of an understanding of their output and how we might be able to use it there. DeMarco is still there. No way you win. Indeed. Why do you think they've been so effective? Why do you think they've been so effective? So, AC Milan. Oh, they're just easier to do it that way, isn't it? Let's be fair. So in goal, Mike Maignan is still the starter, 35 years old, and he does concede more than expected, but like that's not all that awful. 0.97 conceded from 0.91 xG against. You know, that's not like a massive concern. His short distribution, he's safe, not particularly active sweeping. Now, I'm probably going to look to get rid of him because his agility is low and he's wanted by Saudi Arabia. So a chance for us to get maybe a decent amount of money, clear 200,000 euros per week off the wage budget, could well be a nice chance. So Mr. Grizzly Peas in, welcome in, my dude. You've been busy with work, so haven't been watching these streams for quite a while. My word, a little bit has changed. A little bit has changed. We have just stepped down from, at the end of last stream, we stepped down from Darmstadt after 4 years, and here we are. We got offered the job at AC Milan. So we are very much, it's the perfect time to drop back in, because you're going to learn about this team as and when we do as well. Stefan Bajic, you can't judge off 2 performances, but he didn't concede any goals in those 2 performances, so yay. That's not an accurate representation of his attributes. That's the problem with jumping between 2 saves to do this, is these ones will get their performance data. The other save will have the actual attributes revealed. Yeah, El Norby, Tottenham won the Premier League. Realistic. Exactly. Jabbits is in. Welcome in, Jabbits. How's your weekend, sir? Mr. Grizzly P won the multiple with Tottenham. Indeed. Unrealistic. There is the evidence. So Kaiki at centre-back on the right-hand side, played quite regularly. His tackle win rate is really bad. 69% is very bad for defender. 68% header win rate isn't particularly good either. I don't like Kaiki. I think Kaiki is another that we would potentially say isn't good enough for us at this level. Ilan Siklic looks like he was also playing as a centre-back for them. More of a rotation option. He does win his tackles, but also doesn't win his headers. Much more progressive and quite safe on the ball given how much he's on it. Maybe, like, he's 21. That's a player that you loan out maybe to a lower table Serie A side. Maybe not quite ready to be a starter for a team going for the title. Right, okay. I do apologise, Blue Lions. Let's have a look at my nemesis, Loi Ali Ala Milmarki. Oh, why'd you have to bring him up? Is he not? I mean, we are 8 years on. Let's if we go through Ilves. So is he still? He's not still at Ilves. So we can probably then look back through transfer history to see whether he was sold at any point. Doesn't look like he was sold at any point. So I'm guessing he's going to be on the released list as a player that retired. He did indeed. So unfortunately, he retired in the 2029 season, Blue Lions, and didn't stick around as a member of staff, and obviously not high enough reputation for them to keep his information around thereafter. Let's see, 30th of the 11th, 2029. We can, if you can remind me after we've had a look through this particular save at the player details, I can probably grab a save point from before he retired so we can have a proper look. So RJ's I've found the idea of a new goalkeeper. Absolutely. Sure, I don't mind Minion. I think he's a good goalkeeper. But not anymore. Not 35-year-old, even if they describe him as world class. So Nick, I've been struggling with one thing in my save. My players have great statistics, just not at the quality I want them at. Better players don't get the same statistics. How do I improve? So the ultimate point is if those players are better and they're not performing, are they better? Generally speaking, I find that if you follow a statistical approach, it's about understanding what you want out of a player and trying to focus on that. So I'm going to be doing, hopefully it's going to be this week's video, it might be next week's. A lot of my focus now, when it looks to trying to find those extra steps up, is going to be around the possession lost metric more than anything else. Because I generally tend to find that a player that makes good decisions loses the ball less. So if you can find someone who's creative and doesn't lose the ball much, they're going to be better than someone who's just a little bit more creative but loses it a lot. That's kind of, it sounds really, really obvious, but that tends to be where I find those marginal gains towards the higher end. But also, I've been doing it with single season challenges, whereas in terms of more of a long-term sustained one, I don't have that experience in FM24 because of things like the Moneyball Clinic. Milan is the first team in terms of like a long proper save where I've taken over a proper team with a long-term vision. So we'll be learning together in that regard. Chesney, just get Chesney, says RJ. Oh, bless him. Right, so Brunoni as a centre-back does win his... Has he been playing at centre-back? He's been playing as a right-back even. Okay, so as a right-back, he's progressive. He doesn't get forward in attack. His tackle win rate is poor. His header win rate is good, but that's not really comparable to centre-backs. You're generally speaking up against wingers, which is going to be a slightly easier case to win. So Brignoni could be a player that has a part to play, but probably not. Venturelli, Kovacic, Calabria's retired. Those players didn't play enough. Ruggieri as a backup left back has been good. His tackle win rate slightly... I'd want around 80% tackle win rate for fullbacks. Good at the defensive stuff. Good progressive, creating, not dribbling. So possession one, he holds back and defends in line rather than stepping out and pressuring. Just not that there isn't like a good or a bad in that regard. It's just good to know. Theo Hernandez here, not quite as creative but more dribbly. Better tackle win rate, which is cool. Again, otherwise quite similar. So I think we're fine at left back. Malik Thior has been playing as a right back mainly. So Zerachel, we need some youth. Hire Buffon. Indeed. So you think Francesco Kamada wasn't in the original database? He's a 16-year-old striker at Milan in real life. That makes sense. Yeah, so we just use the vanilla database here, I'm afraid. Good riddance, says Blue Lions of Alamore Market. Okay, now I understand why you're looking at. That's cool. So Thior as a right back, progressive, not creative. Tackle win rate, again, a little bit on the low side, but it's better than Brignoni's was. Header win rate's pretty decent. Again, perhaps on the lower side for a right back, but I'm guessing most of his headers are coming from set pieces. So, yeah, we'll see. I feel like Thior could be a player we look at as a right back or as a defensive midfielder, possibly. Beraldo, there we go. We finally have there's a centre back. He wins his tackles at a decent rate. He wins his headers at a decent rate. That's slightly better. Pressuring more than he is. Okay, so he did play a handful of games in midfield. So that explains why his pressures might be a little bit higher and his possession one a little bit lower. Yeah, like very, very progressive, probably as a result of some of that. I think Beraldo's okay. I think Beraldo... GNG. Wow. I mean, that's a bold claim. To get his name wrong as well. To get his name wrong, and I still know what you're saying. Robin Olsen can do one. Bless him. Bless his cotton socks. So Eduardo Bove. I love Eduardo Bove. Eduardo Bove has been playing as a central midfielder. 10 goals, 10 assists from that slot. And yep, he's doing those things that you kind of expect. He's getting forwards. He's creating chances. He's scoring goals. He's pressuring. I mean, to be above average at pressuring for a team that's ball dominant, that's kind of okay. His tackle win rate is absolute arse. So he's described as a ball winning midfielder. I would never want him as a ball winning midfielder. So Benassa is played a bit deeper. His tackle win rate is really, really good, but he doesn't pressure or actually end up winning the ball himself. So he might make the tackle, someone else sweeps up the ball. Safe, progressive, reasonably creative, kind of okay, but also just I'm not impressed with his activity defensively. And he's 33. He is still at the club. Nico, let's have a look at Nico. Nico was playing in midfield, very, very similar to Bove there. Carrying the ball, creative, scoring goals. More defensively active than Benassa, but not greatly. Bad tackle win rate. That tackle win rate is really, really a concern for me as far as I'm concerned with looking at these midfielders. Okay, so Kari playing as kind of like, we're looking at the same kind of thing, maybe somewhere in between, because I think he was described as an advanced playmaker. And certainly his attacking output suggests that he was used as a more attacking player, where he's been brilliant in that regard. His tackle win rate is much better. So that's something I feel like we can definitely use. He's a player who was on loan, but I believe they signed permanently. So I feel like we've got in Bove and in Nico, we've got kind of like your box to box central midfieldery type of players. In Kari, we've got someone who's going to get forwards and be more of a, I don't know if he's a playmaker really, but someone that can be maybe a little bit more dynamic in impacting the final third. Heza didn't play much. In fact, 420 minutes, you can't really judge on that. I'm not sure that Santiago Heza is of the required quality to be anything more than a fringe player, but fringe players at that level is going to be very, very useful. So I can't knock that. Crodmo is sleeping today. That should be at least a 10-minute timeout. It should be. It absolutely should be. But it looks like G&G's got away with it. So, Mr. Grizzly P, there's an earthquake last Friday. I thought your building was going to crumble. Oh, God. That's not good at all. I take it that things are okay. I hope. And was there any like damage caused? Or was there any like you all safe and fine? And it was just kind of like one of those moments where you were aware it was going to happen, or yeah, I hope everything's okay. So Arda Güler was on loan. There doesn't seem to be anything about a. Oh right, so it would have been permanent if they won Serie A, and they didn't win Serie A. So Arda Güler's gone, but I assume that if he was on loan, he was probably transfer listed, right? So as a creative player, doing quite well in 1300 minutes, pressuring. We didn't really see anyone who was active in pressuring in our midfield. So like there's some value there. Like Arda Güler might be a player we look to see if we can bring it back potentially. Abdel Fatawu playing off the right. Kind of decent output, decent pressuring, good dribbling. just under 4 dribbles per game is really, really good. Loses the ball a lot, as you kind of expect. But maybe that's where our marginal gains could be. Fatawu is a solid player. Maybe if we go through and we don't really have any other options on the right, that's a bit of a concern. But yeah, I think we should be all right there. Sarah Jules, Crodmo, what can we expect from second-rate Liverpudlians? Oof. I won't say anything more than that. Right, so Nick wants us to look up Anthony Malambo, the Feyenoord youngster. He's broken through into the first team in real life. He is currently at Legia Warsaw. He's started a decent number of games, 9 goals, 8 assists is pretty decent there. Just above scoring or his XG. Maybe not quite as creative as you'd hope for, but generally quite safe on the ball, which was also my experience of him with Feyenoord. Attributes won't be an accurate representation, unfortunately. So he moved to Bournemouth and then struggled to make it into the first team. Most games was 3 starts, 7 substitute appearances in the Championship, where he scored 1 goal. And then moved on that free to Legia, where he's generally been pretty solid. Yeah, it looks like the early part of his career hasn't quite gone to plan, but maybe now as a regular starter, he should be on course for some improvement, hopefully. So Rafael Leao playing off the left, I assume, playing off the left. Dribbly, goal scorer, double his XG, which is very, very good. Again, possession loss, the only thing that's not great, but he is winning possession as well, so suggests there's decent work rate in there. I feel like Leao is again fine. 375,000 euros per week, fine. I'm not necessarily convinced, but yeah, he's okay. Paulo Bernardo played 1,200 minutes. Swapping between the wings. He's been more creative than the other two. Not as good. He's outscoring his XG, but maybe not as good, generally speaking, in front of goal. Not quite as dribbly either. And worse in terms of possession one, but he is only 22 years old. Maybe there's something we can use there. So Hungdamin says 4-4-2 diamond and Catenaccio, perfect for this team. So a 4-4-2 diamond, we'll talk about that in a while, but we certainly have seen the emergence of some 4-4-2 diamonds whilst with our time in the Bundesliga. So that might be something we take inspiration from. But as explained at the top, Hungdamin, we're not going to just completely change our tactical styles, so there won't be any Catenaccio, I'm afraid. Right, Daniel Busa didn't play enough. Zivkovic didn't play enough. Skamaka on loan. That's a big boy. I wonder if he doesn't have again, the clause was based on winning the league, but maybe he's going to be transfer listed. That said, 7 goals, 1,200 minutes is okay. Kind of solid. Good, reasonably safe on the ball. Like, Skamaka might be a player we look to revisit as well, perhaps. El Norby. I'm surprised to hear you say Bouard de Goulet. It's almost like there was a little bit of a spat over the international break between Turkey and Hungary, eh? So Lou, what's a good number of minutes to judge a player's output? Generally, as RJ has said, my limit is 900 minutes. So if they're close to that, you can kind of get a reasonable idea. But the equivalent of 10 full games, I find to be a pretty solid basis. So George Elenikaina, the Monaco starlet. He's been very good. 0.68 goals per 90. He's carrying the ball well. He's not losing it. He's winning 61% of his headers. Elenikaina looks to be absolutely fabulous. So I think there are players that we can build around there. I think there are some pretty clear gaps as well, though. So that's my only concern, is that there are things that we need to do. and we don't have much information to judge upon. So Nick says, with game time would have been so much better, unfortunately. Indeed, absolutely. Jabbits, the wages of this team are ridiculous. I'm having to adjust. RJ says, like every Italian team, indeed. It is crazy to me looking at these wages, but also at the same time. So let's see it in... Oh, we won't be able to see it in context, will we? Because there's no... Right, let's go back to the other save. This is the loading stream. We're not actually going to do anything other than just load up various different versions of this save. League and focus, Serie A, stats team detailed. So our wages are massive, 267 million euros per year. Just a little bit behind Blue Neri. And that's kind of what we expect, right? That makes sense. The two top teams in the league are going to have the two highest wage bills. However, I will be keen to get that down to a more manageable area. So I think we were offered something crazy. I can't even remember what the wage budget was. Something like 7.5 million euros per week. Let's have a look there. Yeah, why do you think a lot of Italian teams are in the red? Indeed. Overpaid, underachieving comes to mind here. Isn't that just the standard for all of top football, right? Like, it's really, really difficult to keep up with the rate of inflation that tends to come within football, especially with wages, and so everyone's going to feel like they're overpaid by comparison. Our spending is 5.7 million euros per week. We've got a wage budget of just over 6 million euros per week. Transfer budget of 132. Like, we're not going to be looking at maintaining that kind of spend, but you know, that is kind of also par for the course at the top levels. 400,000 euros per week, or 20 million euros per year, is crazy, but it's also what you pay at the top. So we will generally speaking look to get cheaper over time, but it's not going to be sweeping changes. Large reason why it's not going to be sweeping changes is because when you take over a new club, your scouted players pool is absolutely no one. We have a very, very small pool of players, just 97 willing to join. So there's 3 players that aren't willing to join in that list. And we've joined after the season's rolled over. So I don't want to keep on going back and forth between saves to look up who's been performing or not. So we're going to be very, very... we'll probably make 1 or 2 transfers this time around, but we're going to probably be spending this first 6 months learning the team, trying to adjust to what we think is going to work with them, and making plans towards them being more active in January. So move on a couple of players and you have like 900k per week free. Indeed you do. I said Jabbits would gut this team. Should be in a striped jumpers and masks, the lot of them. I mean, we've got to remember as well, we need to compete. We need to be able to, we're expected to challenge for the Serie A. Okay, not win the league this season, that's okay. But we can't just like gut the team, build up loads of money, and then hope that we'll be okay with our signings based on very, very little information. So we're going to take it sensibly, I'm afraid. So RJ, Italian teams are all Chelsea too. Millions of young players on loan everywhere. Exactly. Xerxes is there. Our problems are solved. Xerxes is... Where is Xerxes? Xerxes is still at Bologna. 30 years old. Hasn't left. Started off pretty decent. 14 when you include Continental. Big season in 25-26. And then it's big season in 28-29 as well. Maybe that could be our solution. So Profundi and my Chievo save have become an absolute beast. Definitely worth a look for this Milan team. So welcoming that guy there. To anyone that's not familiar with how we play here, so all our signings will either come from this scouted players list or from director of football recommendations. So we take a data-led approach to the players that we're going to sign. Now, because we've just taken over, we've got very, very limited information, so we won't necessarily make much moves there. So if Profundi, not that Profundi, obviously, that's a regen, but actually maybe that Profundi, right back might be an area that we need to approach. But if players appear in our lists naturally, then we might consider them, but otherwise not, and we will be trying to base it off kind of their performances within the save. So we're not going to be looking back through the details there, but we can kind of get a little bit of information from here to kind of see their trajectory. So Lou, your star 16-year-old centre back has just broken his leg. You're distraught. Oh no. Oh, 7 months out. Oh, that's like that. At that age as well, like that's key for their development. Eek. So he was on the bottom of the shortlist. He is indeed. Joshua Xerxes is there. Beautiful, well noticed. We might well do. So let's look. So Reorganizer, by the way, says happy that I catch you live because I was meaning to ask, how do you scout when you don't have attributes to orient yourself? So with scouting, I leave the scouts to it. We will set up recruitment focuses. The job of the scouts is to create players to add to this list, and then Reorganizer, like all my videos, it's data-based scouting. So from there. Gamma Joba, Mr. Echo, how you doing? Today I have a busy day. We'll check your time to time. Don't think miss this beautiful stream with beautiful bits. Oh, you're too kind, sir. You're too kind again. Zeratul, that is a fair point. Joshua Xerxes is not a 35-year-old target forward, sadly. So Hungdamin wants us to look up Harrison Parker. Let's take a look at Harrison Parker. Harrison Parker is currently at Hull City, now 24 years old. 1 year left on his contract. Doesn't have much value to his name there. So he started the game out on loan. He starts the game at Man City. Played a load of youth games, nothing more. Was sent out on loan to Barnsley in League 2. Decent rating, 7.04. Then was sent out on loan to Wrexham in League 1. Played a lot. Slight drop in rating. Understandable, moving that step up. And then left on a free to join Hull City, where he has been very much on the outside of the team and hasn't really broken through from the looks of things. So 15 games in like 3.5 years. Sadly, he doesn't appear to be much for a player. Just by Koretsis, I heard he's kind of good. He scored another banger of a goal this weekend. He did, didn't he? He did. Like that. Like it wasn't that different. Well, no, it was kind of different. So he picked up the ball out in the right wing, drove across like a prime Iron Robin, just outside the box, just where the corner of the box is, right? So where the corner of that box is, maybe it was about 3 yards to the left, but a little bit further out, curled into the far corner. So a little bit further out than his goal against Scotland, and he was carrying the ball rather than sweeping it after a pass to him. But an absolute pearl of a finish. Incredible player. Sadly, I don't think that he would have been in this save. Is he in the default database at all? Because of his age. I don't know if he'd be in the default database. But if it was, he wasn't loaded in when we set the game up, unfortunately. So yeah, sadly, I'm afraid to say Harrison Parker doesn't appear to be a good player in this game world, sadly. Yep, Koretsa's such a baller, same angle, same distance. I think New Gens will be in November, right? Don't want to miss New Gen, rename, redeem. So Mr. Echo, New Gens will come through in around March, May time. Now, having a look through the youth teams here, we've only got one player recommended. That's Amano Baglieri. Amano Baglieri has played some games, but not enough to make any real judgments of. Went down to Serie B last season. Not too bad. Not too bad. And from an attribute point of view, he can't dribble, hasn't got great technique, but he's good physically, good determination, good defensively. He can cross, which is kind of the main thing I'd need from a fullback potentially. He can pass. He has got good first touch as well. A look at his report here suggests he's got good strength and stamina, nothing about pace. So I don't know what he is in terms of being able to get forwards, but I think Baglieri could actually do a job for us. Now, there was one other player that I liked the look of. I did take a look at the other. There's two players, Marco Massi. Now, for any F1 fans, I do appreciate that as soon as you hear the surname Massi, you might recoil in horror. But Massi looks quite promising, great agility. Rushing out is his only real significant weakness. Well, kicking, rushing out, anticipation. Whereas the things that I want from a goalkeeper, reflexes, one-on-ones, positioning, composure, handling, aerial reach, they're all pretty decent. So a 19-year-old goalkeeper, I think there's a chance that he has a part to play for us. Now, the other player that I liked was Kamil Wojcik. Kamil Wojcik is a left-footed libero, 18 years old. Again, physical profile, strong in all those areas, great determination and teamwork. His only weakness is aggression, so that kind of fits in with being a libero. He's not going to rush out and engage players, but he might stay back. He might stay back and read the moment and then just pick them off when they need to be there. Now, he's not a libero, just to be clear. Passing, first touch aren't good enough for that right now. But those are things that can improve with time. I think there's some we could possibly have a spot where we could do something for us. The rest, there weren't really anyone that I think is ready for first team right now. But we do have some high potential youngsters. Eduardo De Feo is a left-footed centre-back, left-back. Good physical profile already. Bit more work that needs to be done on the defensive positioning side. But otherwise seems to be reasonably promising there. Michel Barbieri is a left-footed winger who's quick, can do things that we would already like from a winger: crossing, dribbling. Not particularly refined when it comes to getting into the final third itself, but there's a player in there. And the other high-profile player is Luca. Luca is, generally speaking, doing not quite as well in terms of development right now. Not as strong physically. A lot of holes defensively and on the ball. So he's 15. A long way to go yet, but I don't think. Let's pop these guys up in the senior squad. We're coming into pre-season, right? So we get a chance to take a look at them. They're probably not going to be ready for the first team, for a team that's meant to be competing for the Serie A just yet, but there's no harm in taking a look, right? So he should be 16 if he's there. So at the start of the game, cool. It must be that when I set it up, we didn't cover that, unfortunately. So reorganizer, how do you attempt to avoid players simply overperforming what they're supposed to be able to do? I play with stats on, and players with 18 finishing in composure could still underperform XG sometimes. Exactly, reorganizer. So what's the point of them having 18 finishing? If a player is proving to you, they're giving you evidence that they are underperforming, then why are you putting your faith in them over players that might look like they've got worse stats but are giving you evidence that they can perform? That's the whole point of the process, essentially. So we've got an Al Massi type and a Fellaini reborn, indeed. So Nick's thanking Coritiba for Paxal. That's understandable. Claude is in. Welcome in, Claude. Claude is just saying boobies. Now, that's that's a statement. Welcome in. A bizarre introduction, but I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. So Zeratul, Muster likes him young. Do I now? Oh dear. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good at all. So don't think he could become so good and important. Oh, right, you're talking about Igor Backseating. He's really flourished, hasn't he, this season? Do you think part of that is do you feel like maybe under Slot he just wasn't quite suited to it? Or do you think that with Jimenez going especially, that there's now been a little bit more license provided for him to kind of be the star in that final third? Cool. So talking about this, let's head on over to tactics. We haven't actually chosen a tactic at all, but my feeling is that Beraldo is a definite starter. Kaiki is not. So it's between Brignoni, kind of at the moment would be a starter, which doesn't necessarily fill me with great faith. Theo at the right and Theo Hernandez on the left. Now that would mean that Hernandez would be, I'll just use basic roles here. He'd be a very attacking player. Theo would be someone who's likely to stay back in the defensive line. In midfield, I like Bove, I like Gonzalez, I quite like Ayari. I'm not sure so Ayari would perhaps be a more attacking player. We have this kind of gap in terms of like a proper holding midfielder. Could possibly be Theo. Out in places, we've got Fataru, we've got Rafael Leao, and then we'd have Elena Kena up front. So that would kind of point us towards a 4-2-3-1, right? With neither of these players really being good enough defensively, which is a bit of a concern. Now, I spoke about Fataru kind of like if he was going to be our starter, we've probably got an issue. And that's kind of bringing me to thinking that, well, actually, Leao, we could possibly move Leao up front. And then that would mean we'd want someone to play there. That player could be Theo. And then Baglieri maybe isn't ready to be a starter right now, but as an attacking option. And suddenly you're looking at a diamond. And now the reason why a diamond would be kind of appealing is because we've got a history of the diamond being used in the 90s in Serie A. We also came up against it quite a few times towards the end of the season in the Bundesliga. And there's something I like the idea of, that we take ideas that have been emerging within the save itself, right? So we've seen a lot of the diamond recently. It would make sense that managers take influence over the course of time. And so there is an element that makes me think that would be quite nice. But there's also an element that we should probably be considering what are the best managers doing as well, because they're the ones who tend to have some influence on the world too. So let's take a look here. Can we see club career stats? Have a look at who have good winning percentages over their, like, look for people that have been involved in, say, over a couple of hundred games. So Luis Enrique is the most winningest current manager, about to go to Tottenham. Wow. He left Barcelona for Arsenal, then left Arsenal for Sociedad, and now is possibly going to Tottenham. So Luis Enrique is a heavy pressing 4-3-3 who likes to work the ball into the box, likes to flood central areas. We have Roger Schmidt, who's still at Benfica. I assume he's been at Benfica all that time. He has indeed. So Roger Schmidt is currently a 4-2-3-1. High line, not high intensity pressing. Nothing particularly much, just doesn't defend. Who else do we have here? 218 games. Jurgen Klopp. Okay, so because it's club games, it doesn't include his time at Germany, so that kind of makes sense. We know about Klopp. Okay, Jacob Niestrup is the first manager that makes me go, oh, I want to look at people that maybe aren't as already established. So Jacob Niestrup spent 8 years at Copenhagen, then went to Porto. During that time, he's won the league once. He's only won the league once in that time. That's not great. That's not great at all. And it's just a high press 4-3-3. Zinedine Zidane, we know about Zidane. Sergei Simak as a manager. The 4-4-2. Okay, I'm looking through all this, right? I'm looking through all this and I'm going, fuck it, we're just going with a diamond, right? We're just going with a diamond. Oh, by the way, I know now why Dahlberg never did anything on the big stages.
What a head, son! What a head!
Oh, David, sir, welcome on in. How are you doing, sir? I hope you're very well. How was the rest of the stream? So, for those that don't know, David Nyholm is, well, firstly, those that don't know, David Nyholm is an absolute gentleman. He's also currently streaming an A to Z challenge where he needs to win a title with every team starting with a letter in the alphabet. He started with X because there's only one team that was currently like in the vanilla game with an X. So make sure he takes them over before they potentially get relegated and are no longer accessible. So today, he won the league with Neuchâtel Xamax. Absolutely fabulous, fabulous stuff. And the rest of the stream, just before I left, was about to be a job hunting stream. So how did the job hunting go, David? How did the job hunting go? Yeah, lovely. We ourselves have just moved to AC Milan, so we are doing a admin stream today, largely. And we're just having a look at what other managers are like in the game world, and then deciding to ignore it and go for a diamond anyway. Right, so Jabbits is doing a Sir Alex Ferguson save. Signed Tierno Barry. Good lord, that man is a beast. Tierno Barry is incredible. 0.3 non-penalty XG per game and 55 goals this season. That's incredible. Incredible. So Nick says, and this is talking about Igor Paxal, by the way, now. He has more freedom to do his own creative thing instead of under slot, which was very organised and rigid, and seems to be flourishing, which is great to hear. Sherbs, oh my, the return of Giannis Mustermann. I mean, I do like a diamond. I do like a diamond. So reorganised. As mathematically, player with low stats should, over a long period of time, perform exactly to those stats. Same with really good players. You could catch an amazing player in a down year and vice versa. You absolutely can. But if they are repeatedly showing you that they're not performing up to what you expect from their stats, it might be because they're combinations of stats that aren't particularly conducive. Or, so they might have low consistency, they might have low pressure, they might have a combination of stats that means that maybe they're a really good dribbler, but because they're also very good at passing, they end up trying to pass more often than you would like them to, and so you're not getting the most out of them. And when you try and fit them into a system that you think they'd work in based off just their attributes, it just doesn't quite work. So if you continuously ignore their performance, you're going to struggle in that regard. So Marin dislikes Jacob Niestrup, so he always beats you with Copenhagen. Fair enough. Nightcrawler's in. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. So you see Profundi talked about world class in your save. Your decision was between him and Musiala. Profundi went to Everton and nobody could buy him off them for 10 seasons. My word. My word. So David is feeling very buzzy. I imagine so. Knight says he also sees boobies being talked about. Doesn't have anything to say on boobies, though. That's fair. So, David, we found lots of potential jobs that would be fun, but none of them wanted to have us. That's a shame. Apparently, teams in Singapore don't allow their teams to take on managers. I don't know how or why. That seems like a significant barrier to hiring people. Yeah, that is a significant barrier, right? So, yeah, like in terms of roles, ignore the roles right now. But that's what I'd be thinking potentially. So we're going to look at fullbacks that get forwards, which means that our front five would be these three and those two, which would mean that we'd end up with some kind of supporting roles for these guys, maybe Carrilleros, maybe ball-winning midfielders, maybe deep line playmakers, who knows, and that being very much a water carrier role, possibly a very changeable role, so a half-back when we need someone to drop back and to help us build up, an anchor maybe when we don't need that quite so much. What we do have with the 4-4-2 as well is we end up with quite a bit of flexibility. So we split these guys out wide. We push this guy forward. It's suddenly a 4-3-3. We drop this guy into the defensive line. We push these guys up. We push these guys back. It's now a 3-5-2, right? So I like the fact that there is a clear clear line between different shapes, which without necessarily having to make massive changes to things structurally. So there's certainly something we can do there. Now, looking at like Liao possibly up front. So I mean, like something we could possibly end up doing if we're thinking of guys that might be able to split out as wingers. You could have a double false nine shadow striker kind of thing going on there. We could have an Ungonch double advance forward kind of thing going on. Maybe these guys instructed to stay wider to kind of get them closer to those gaps in between the defenders, so they can hit the channels. Yeah, so there's lots of things we can possibly do and move around with it. However, we do have issues. There is that issue at right back. That right back needs to be an attacking player. Theor as a defensive midfielder is great. I like the idea of Ilan Siklic. We looked at his header win rate wasn't great. We were considering him possibly as a player that we look to loan out. But actually, Siklic as a backup defensive midfielder, he can play there. Like, maybe it's not the worst option at all. And then you've got Bove, you've got Gonzalez. Kari can possibly play. Like, so what I look at here, I feel like when you're playing with wing backs with nobody around, Caballeros are great because they tend to shift. A double Caballero tends to shift together. So if we get the wing back pushing up, this Caballero will end up here. This Caballero will end up moving. They move laterally, right? So he moves inside, which covers that central area quite nicely. With Caballeros as well, you know, if you want someone that does that, supporting the wide areas, but also gets forwards occasionally, it's just a change to a Mazzala, right? And they're exotic names. Exotic names are fun, right? So Damien, you're definitely using this tactic against you. I don't think, well, we might do. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. We get a week of practice beforehand. So David is now very, very drunk and definitely just need to sort some food while lurking about here to make sure I don't die. Get food. Get food indeed. So Night of Knee, boobies. Well, it is a Monday. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. So Hugo, how do you have the skin, by the way, without the names or the boxes on the left and the player list with the graph on the right? So Hugo, this is my skin. My lovely, lovely skin. I'm clearly going mad. I do apologize. So this isn't publicly available, this particular version of it. It is available for Patreons. However, with any kind of not publicly released skins that Patreons have access to, they are available just as is. So it's not currently built to be optimized properly for anything other than the resolution I use here on stream, which is 1600 by 1080. Not a particularly a useful resolution. I will be honest with you. So I would never recommend people sign up to Patreon just for access to skins. But it is worth checking out Patreon for the sake of looking to see whether the whole package of benefits are something that you would be interested in. So it's kind of It's kind of like it's there as a bonus in there. So Carraleros, lots of Carraleros. Damien asked, do I remember what tactic you played against Xander? I don't, but I might have the save game on my PC, so it's all good. No, I do remember that. Yeah, cool. So Coxman, did I miss something, or did the Jazz manager end up at the same club? So the Jazz manager, that's still going on. We're at Trento in Serie C, so a slightly different club. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? So am I going to try the front three combo, shadow striker, false nine, advance forward? Possibly, maybe, who knows? Well, there we go. I do apologise. Maybe I think that we can be quite flexible when it comes to the makeup of the roles of players. I think are probably going to end up adapting to whichever player we have available at that given time. So we do need to talk about philosophy, because we are going to stick to certain elements that we already have. Right, so Passroad loves an ungunch in the diamond. It is a nice touch, isn't it? Luru's frustration, unbeaten in 9 but 6 draws. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad, Lou. I mean, like, all those draws you're picking up. I try my best. I struggle to. But I try my best to consider a draw as a defeat that's been avoided. So we've maintained our morale, even if it hasn't improved morale. We've picked up a point. We've kept ourselves like treading water. So a draw's okay. That's 3 wins, 9 draws. That's 3 wins, 6 draws even. That's like a good 12 points out of those games. No, I can't do maths. Yes, I can do maths. It's 12 points, which is pretty solid. So Eddie, welcome in, my dude. Third FM streamer the Wade Wave brought me to today. Marvellous. Hopefully you can stick around and we can send you on to someone else as well. So Nightcore says maybe asymmetrical. Have great fun with Shadow Striker in centre left, false 9 in centre, advance forward in centre right with a Mazzala behind that spot. Defenders don't know what the hell to do. It's a fine suggestion, Nightcore. As we said, if we're going to the diamond, it's because we're taking inspiration from seeing the diamond appear a lot within the save. So we're probably not going to be messing around much with like asymmetrical or trying to exploit the game not being able to know how to defend certain things. So Italian being exotic. Did Musterman turn American? We are exotic. Italian is definitely exotic. I live in England. Potatoes are exotic here. George is in over on YouTube. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you are doing very, very well. So RJ says you can also play with a Mazzala on the right with inverted wing back. We could indeed. The Mazzalas don't tend to give the width as much as that I would like when generally speaking. But yeah, certainly something we can consider. We have our Unai Emery style approach. UA here. It's a much higher defensive line. It's a mid block. We press often. We get stuck in. We trap outside. We invite crosses. Now, if we're going to be trapping outside with a very, very narrow formation, we're going to need to work on our opposition instructions, maybe some player instructions to specifically target opposition fullbacks so that our fullbacks themselves don't get overloaded. But that's kind of like the main crux of what we do. In transition, counter pressing is important, countering less so. So I think we can take counter off, roll it out, building up from deep, that kind of makes sense. On the ball, however, or in possession, I'm going to suggest that we take everything off. And we allow that to be what we adapt as we go over like pre-season and try and adjust accordingly. So Damien unfortunately hasn't got time to stay. Well, thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. Someone who does have time to come in is DM Bassist. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing very, very well. You'll be a bit all over the place, but we'll try and be around as much as possible. No worries at all. I hope you've had a lovely weekend. RJ's redeemed a minigame. We will head on over to that minigame in a few moments, if that's all right, RJ. We do have a break coming up when I need to refill my drink. So what we'll do is we'll come back off the back of that break and do that from there. So Nightcrawler, that becomes something of a diamond transitioning into a box, and during the game I change a lot. I mean, you've seen me Nightcrawler, we do change a lot as well. So Reorganizer, thank you for the follower. Do you think signing a player to true in-game performance attributeless is superior to signing players with 18s and 20s and everything? I do not think it's superior whatsoever. I think it's just a fun way to play. I've found that I've personally, and it's very, very much a personal journey. I'm not going to tell anyone how they should play. I've personally found the game far more enjoyable since I've stopped worrying about attributes. So that's why we go down that approach. Quan says 2004 Arsenal would have been happy with all those draws. My God, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? So Nightcrawler, okay, idealist tactic and philosophy. I can get behind that when it's not my own save. Yeah, we are always ideas first, Nightcrawler. Ideas first, competence last. No, actually, competence might just eke ahead of entertainment, but they're both quite low down in priority for sure. Right. Cool. Sorry, bear me one moment. Right, George, I don't get how do you know what's good for the Premier League in Moneyball? So, George, what I do is I use my skin, which has these lovely pizza charts, and they kind of tell you what's good because it's measured as a percentile, so compared to players' peers. And I look for players that perform highly in the areas that I want for whatever role I want in my tactic. So, if I have an inverted wing back at right back in my tactic, I might want somebody who is safe on the ball, so I look for players who perform well in possession loss metrics. I want someone who helps ball progression, so I look for progressive passes. I want someone who's defending at right back and is going to be isolated against wingers, so I'm looking at tackle win rate. And I'm looking for players that will get big slices. Really, really simple in that regards. So, cool. We have a break coming up. I'm going to refill, going to do all that. We'll come back. We'll play a little bit of a mini game. I will see you guys in about 3-4 minutes. And we're back. And what that means is we've got a mini game. It's time for a little bit of bingo. So for those that haven't played before, I will explain how it's going to work. Firstly, over in chat, there will now be, both on YouTube and on Twitch, there will be a link which will allow you to join the game. So the way it works is every player gets a unique bingo card with 16 squares. In those squares will be a club badge, or a flag of a nation, or a competition, or an award like top goal scorer in a competition. Every single player then gets the same list of 60 players in the same order. Your job is to match the players. They come one by one. Is to match those players to one of those squares. Players are not guaranteed to match one of those squares though. So you might need to skip. A player might match multiple squares and you just need to choose which one you think is going to work. You get 10 seconds per player to make your choice. Once you lock something in, you can't click on that square again. So maybe you get Brian Laudrup as one of your players. You can't remember if that was the Laudrup that played for Rangers or not, and Rangers is on your board. You click on Rangers, and then you see Michael Laudrup come up, and then you're not sure, should I have clicked on Rangers or was it the other way around? I can't remember. So if you're not sure, sometimes it helps just to skip and hope that another option will come up later. Sometimes that other option won't come up later, so you never quite know. So we're going to give it like about another 90 seconds or so before we play. So if you want to play along, again, I will. Let's see. Can I pin it from here? I can't pin it from my lovely little thing there, and Crodmo is pushing it all the way out of the way with his nonsense. So there we go. Now pinned. If you want to join over on Twitch, the link to the game is pinned above. Over on YouTube, it's the most recent comment, so pop on over there. Welcome in, by the way, Crodmo. What's going on? You rushed home up the M1 at 200 miles an hour to get here as soon as I could, with your mod lights flashing and a big sign going, modding emergency, please step aside. Oh, but no emergency, Crodmo. No emergency. In fact, we were celebrating you not being here for games. It's wonderful. And Zoachul is going with some fighting words, that's for sure. So Maestro's a big fan of bingo, but it sometimes can be a bitch. Indeed it can. It absolutely can. So Eddie, then you just join the group. If you click on that link, it will take you in. It will ask you to put a little name, and then you just say yes. And then in a few moments, I'm going to start the game, and we will all be playing the same game. We all get unique cards. So if you are wanting to join Eddie, I'll leave it another 30 seconds or so, and then we'll head on in. Supreme Quan claims there was some game rigging going on. Indeed there was. Cocky Smash, we all gained 150 points last game. It's canon now, for sure. Eddie, it does nothing for you. Join button does nothing for you. That is quite a surprise. Let me see if I can. I can't do it myself because I'm already hosting. So that does seem very, very odd. Let's see if I can. Let's try opening it up in. So it's worked absolutely fine for me in incognito mode, I'm afraid to say. So you just pop in your name at the top and you click join, and it seems to work absolutely fine. Now we do have someone called Eddie, which is me just testing it out now, I'm afraid. So yeah, it might be worth trying to refresh and see if you can get in that way. Otherwise, it might be something to do with cookies or ad blockers or something like that. I can't necessarily diagnose, I'm afraid. So Rich says, just like US elections and French trials of politicians, so they scream, everything's rigged. Everything I don't like is rigged, and that's just a fact. So RJ likes cookies. DM Basis is currently eating cookies. That's a fine choice. Triple chocolate cookies, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. Raspberry and white chocolate. Now we're getting elegant. We are getting very, very elegant now, aren't we? Cool, right. So I see a few people, extra people have been able to join. Eddie, you're in. I can see you there. Beautiful. Let's start then. Let's start. So a little countdown. As we say, we get 10 seconds per player. Because players are revealed in the same order, I will be going very, very, very slowly for the first few. And then I'll be going very slowly for the next few as well, just because I am slow. So our first player up is Frank Anguissa. Let's just let the time run out on that. Next is Alexander Kolarov. Alexander Kolarov. We can let the time run on that one as well. Eva Benega. There's a classic FM player, if ever there was one. So Luca Dina. Now I'll start playing from here. Although I don't know if Luca Dina matches any of these, so we'll just have to let that run. Nico Schlotterbeck. Nico Schlotterbeck. Has he ever matched any of these? I don't feel like he has. Jose Maria Jimenez. Is that the one that was at? I think I'm going for it. So I think my first answer might potentially be wrong, which is always a good sign. Amadou and Nana. Could Amadou and Nana match any of these ones? So, which is a good job we've got the Kremlin speaking out in favour of democracy, isn't it? Absolutely. Absolutely. So Luis Suarez. Has he ever played with Fabregas? In China, maybe? Andre Guardado. Okay, we're getting a lot of South American and Central American players coming through. Dejan Lovren. Dejan Lovren. I'm not sure he matches any of these either. We'll let that run through. So it's a Firefox problem. Glad to see that's been sorted out. Radamel Falcao. Radamel Falcao. Was he at Chelsea at the same time as Fabregas? Philippe Luis. There's another. I just don't know. I just don't know with any of these. Could quite possibly. Stuart Downing. Stuart Downing. Won the Copa America, right? Quite famously. Won the World Cup. He's Swedish. John Barnes. John Barnes. Did he ever win the UEFA Cup? I don't know. Cesar Azpilicueta. Surely there's got to be crossover with Fabregas. But let's go with Spain. Lars Bender. Sven Bender ended up at Dortmund. I don't know where Lars ended up. What a great name, though. What a great, great name. David Fratesi. I do love a bit of David Fratesi. Inter Sassuolo. None of those feel like they'd match. Thiago Motta. I don't know enough about his playing career, so we'll let that one run. Maxi Rodriguez. Maxi Rodriguez was Argentinian, wasn't he? Nikola Zalewski. Oh, I'm letting that one run. Emil Heskey. I hate everything about this so far. Martin Demichelis at Bayern. Edmund Tapsoba. Pedro. Is that the Flamengo Pedro? Or is that the other one? There's loads of Pedros, to be fair. Matches Cunha, we can let that go. Quentin Fortune. We'll let that go. Ezekiel Palacios, we're letting that go. Matija Nastasic. Arturo Vidal. Marcus Llorente. Not feeling good about any of these. Asmir Begovic. Sead Kolasinac. Dejan Kulusevski. Kim Kallstrom. Julian Brandt.
Jonathan Tah. Andrei Shevchenko is Ukrainian, as is Vitaly Mikolenko. Nicholas Anelka. He's been at enough clubs that he must have won the UEFA Cup at some point, right? Williams played there. Alexis Sanchez. Did Chile ever win the Copa America with him? Yeah, let's go with that. Berto Ayala will skip. Frederic Canute at Seville. Yarmolenko. Pepe. Raul Morales feels like the kind of player who might have ended up at in China at some point. Let's go with that. Daniel Maldini will skip. Pepe Reina, was he on the bench when Spain won the World Cup? Yeah, let's go with that. Brian Laudrup, let's say that he spent some time under Van Gaal. Jens Lehmann, Frank Leboeuf, Luis Figo, Marco van Basten, Graham Souness, Vladimir Smicha, Mark van Bommel at PSV, Kaka at Flamengo. That's what we're going with, right? That's what we're going with. 5 wrong. That's a pretty shocking one. And Crodmo's got himself a bingo. No, not more Crodmo winning. Disgraceful stuff. So there are still a handful of players to play. So we'll give you guys all some time. So we organise it. It appears to have zero ball knowledge. We all have zero ball knowledge, apart from Crodmo bastard. Those categories were a major pain. I did not enjoy that one whatsoever. Maestro's had a shocker. Nick says it was tough as well. Cameron, that was terrible. Oh, bugger off, Crodmo, you handsome bastard. Yeah, that's fair. Right, Qualtiba has to go. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by. I hope the class is bearable this afternoon. So Cameron got Marseille and Lyon mixed up. That's fair. But DM Basis is going to assume we're all cheating. Well, I mean, DM Basis has finished joint 5th, so you have got points there. Crodmo comes in first. He's going to get 5 points. He got himself a bingo. Nick in second gets himself 4. Then Kokut Smelsh and Marin, both with 3 points. Jeff Badman, DMB, and Coratiba all finished in 5th. However, if there's a couple of people left, if one person comes into that top 4, everyone's going to drop out of that 5th spot. That was the hardest bingo I've ever played. My word, Maestro. My word it was. But it also, I mean, it comes down to, we all get different boards, right? So we might get the same players, but we get different boards. So some people are going to end up with a more favourable board that aligns with their knowledge a little bit better, potentially. Crodmo, if you want me to sit out some of these, you can do it. It's all good. It's all good. You don't spoil other people's fun. It's nice to have a target. We have a target on your back. So Jabbits says he had a terrible game. El Norby had a terrible game. I think, like, if it based on the kind of board that I had, I think that if anyone managed to score any points, they've done pretty damn well. They've been done pretty damn well. El Norby, of course, Crodmo joined when we have a mini game. It does indeed. Suspicious, you might say. Suspicious, indefinitely. Nick, you could have won then. You weren't far off. You weren't far off at all. And right, there we go. Out of 26. And somebody's just dumped in. Zerachul with 45 points, knocking Jeff Badman, DMB, and Coratiba out of the top 5. But Zerachul was pipped by Crodmo. Sensational stuff. Sensational stuff. Shenanigans, says DM Basis. Yeah, that's fair. But you know, that's the way things work. That's the way things work, I'm afraid. So yeah, where we were tactically, we are looking at potentially, we're going to keep the out of possession stuff from our previous approach. We're going to neutralize our in possession stuff, and we're going to use pre-season to kind of make adjustments. Roles are still very much to be decided. None of this is set in stone. However, what we do know is that Our backup goalkeeper, Stefan Bajic, is solid, but I'm not sure if he's necessarily the answer, so we might want a goalkeeper. Baglieri looks like a young right back that might be able to do all right. He was pretty solid in the second half of the season at Brescia on loan in Serie B. The step up to the top of Serie A is going to be quite big, so I'd probably be more inclined to have him as a backup. And then we've got various possibilities of what we do up front. I'm happy with us having players like Fatawi, who could probably play as a striker. We've got Benato, who we saw was doing quite well as a winger. I could see him as an attacking midfielder. We've got so Fatawi, Barbieri, we could probably do essentially with someone else as a striking option as well. I want to sell. So let's talk about the players that I want to sell. I want to sell Maignan. His value, they say, is 11.5. Let's just leave it unspecified, see what happens first. I want to sell. I want to wait before I transfer list Kaiki. But Kaiki is someone we're probably going to look to sell. Zerachol, you missed on the South American Cup winners. Damn Demichelis, what a bastard. What a bastard he is. So Eddie, your neighbour's from Argentina. You was waiting for him to pop up. He did not. That's a shame. So Dill's in. Welcome in, Dill. How are you, sir? Lovely to see you. We are at Milan. We stepped down from Darmstadt at the end of last season, and then we started applying, and Milan foolishly gave us the job. And we haven't hit continue yet. We took over at 9:30 a.m. on the 1st of July 2031. And we are trying to work out what on earth we're going to do from here. How's your streams going, my dude? I see that you were working on the next YouTube video for the Portugal-Canada series. I'm looking forward to that. So reorganised. You just remember that Liverpool lost the Europa League final in 2016 against Sevilla. That knowledge always comes after you need it, doesn't it? Typically. Right, latest Coatiba, thank you so much for dropping by. So yeah, we want a goalkeeper. I do want to transfer list Kaiki. I want to see what there's going to be out there in terms of replacements for him first, because we've got very limited options. So Heze I'm fine with as kind of like a backup in these areas. Kari can play there. Leao could drop into the attacking midfield spot. We've got loads of options in that respect. But Ismail Benassa is a player that I don't particularly have a need for. Again, to Saudi teams, so I'm not going to set a value on him. Let's just see what kind of offers we get coming our way. Fatawu is wanted. Fatawu is wanted by Paris Saint-Germain. Right, we might consider selling Fatawu. Zivkovic is a player that's been transfer listed already, so that's absolutely fine. Let's talk about that. We don't need to change anything there. I wasn't impressed by a number of these other young players, to be fair. So Dorja Ancic is 22 years old. He wasn't able to break into the team. He's got good dribbling and technique, but he's made absolutely zero impact whatsoever. So he's a player that we probably look to send out on loan. But at 22, you know, he's got 2 years left on his contract. We're probably not expecting to see much there. I did like Diego Carmona, actually. He's got good pace. He has only played the one game. So I think he could possibly offer something. Sonato, I don't think can. So the options were, I wanted Antic is on loan or up for loan. Sonato is Busa, 21-year-old deep lying forward so he's slow, he can't dribble, which are my concerns there. He did do quite well out on loan at Sunderland. So another player potentially, we've got 3 years left on his contract that we could send out on loan, see if he can develop. and maybe something useful down the line. Benato, I want in and around the first team, so he's not available for loan. DeLucia can't play in any of the positions we're currently looking at. Great pace, not particularly good in the final third, can't pass. I don't think we have a spot for DeLucia. He's in the last year of his contract as well, so he can be transfer listed. Bulgaria's a backup there. Kovacic wasn't playing enough. Another player that could potentially be fighting it out for like the backup defence midfielder role. Venturelli is a wing back who can't dribble or cross. Yeah, he can't dribble or cross. But we will see. Him and Baglieri can fight back out for the backup, a right back slot. That's my thinking at least. So 4-1-2-1-2, very Italian. So Crodmo, this is exactly what we're saying. Well, partly what I was saying earlier on. But the 4-4-2 diamond certainly has history with Italy. But also we saw a lot of it emerging in the last few games that we played in Darmstadt. And so I like the idea of us adapting to what's going on in the world around us. And so we'll take our influences while sticking otherwise generally to the same philosophy. But we'll just take small little bits potentially. So Tremac didn't count for France because he declared for Morocco instead. He wouldn't. I assume that'll be how it works. So Dill, I've just come out this morning, a little story from season 2 before the full season 2 vid next week. Been a fun save so far. That's great to hear. That is great to hear. Where is Dario Serna when you need him for backing staff? Is Dario Serna a coach in this? He's a director of football at Brescia. How about that? He's been there since 2028. So that is the next stage. We now need to start looking at staff. So staff, we've got 10 coach positions, an assistant manager, a head of youth development, a set piece coach, 6 scouts, recruitment analysts. We've got a lot of jobs to fill. Our staff shortlist consists of 2 players. So we are going to bring in Sami Hupia as a first team coach. I generally want a little bit more. 3.2. Yeah, there we go. And Demo Wash. They both resigned when I left Darmstadt, so they can come with me. They were part of the senior setup. So they're going to be part of the senior setup here as well. So that will give us 1 outfield coach, 1 goalkeeping coach, 2 fitness coaches. Once those have gone through, we'll then put adverts out for the rest of them. But we do need an assistant manager. Ideally, someone that likes to play a 4-4-2 diamond. So let me look at the staff responsibilities here. We're going to let them deal with the medical staff. But I am going to deal with scouting staff. So let's get ourselves some scouts. Let's get ourselves some recruitment analysts. Let's get ourselves some performance analysts. And a head of youth development. That's probably going to be quite important. And we are going to set up our scouts as well that we've got currently, because we want to build up this pool as much as we can, because we've got so little to work with right now. So Eddie, basing transfers purely on position or also stats? So we will be basing them on stats, but we're at the start of a new season. We've just taken over, so all those stats are wiped clean. So we will be judging it based largely on scout recommendations. So if we right back as a position, we're probably going to be looking at some point. So I will be looking to see, right, okay, this is a player that's got pace, pretty decent in progressive passes, pretty decent in terms of key passes as well, which is cool to see. But I don't have the full picture of his ability there. So El Norby, what do the attributes means next to the asterisks? They can't be trained. So natural fitness is an attribute that can't be trained. Tackling, concentration, aggression, attributes that can't be trained. Flair, can't be trained. Determination, leadership, teamwork. So it's just a quick little visual indicator in that regards. So what we are scouting is what we wanted to do. So let's make sure I click on the right thing here. All our scouts appear to be Italian. We've got a chief scout who's French. He's got some knowledge. He's got a reasonably broad amount of knowledge there, which is cool. Pisotto is just Italy and England. Just Italy. 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 Yay! Jose Bray is the star. Just Italy. Just Italy. And then we're on to the recruitment analyst. Cool. So, was it Pisotto who has... Pisotto will send to England. Moncada's our chief scout, so we won't send him anywhere. Jose Bray, we will send him to one of those. And then we will probably end up getting rid of a couple of those Italian scouts. So, you know, we've got... you know, we need some coverage, basically. We need some coverage. So Eddie, how does this work at the beginning of a save? Is there a lack of data? And after how many games is the data trustworthy? So as mentioned a little bit earlier in the stream, around 10 games, so about 900 minutes is where I would generally consider it. The way I treat the start of a save is I work with the team I've got and I am learning how they are. So we will let them see how they perform before we then look to sign players. So cool. So Vaca we're going with. So it's Demo Vaca. Marvelous. Thank you, Crommo. So why can't you train tackling though? Pretty sure I did when I was playing defender in lower divisions in Belgium. I believe that the justification given for it, whether it is legitimate or not, is that you can't practice tackling on your own. So as an individual training focus, there aren't drills that specifically you work on at home to, well, I say on home, on your own to be able to develop tackling. Now, I'm pretty sure there are other attributes where that should probably apply as well, but that's the justification I've seen somewhere. So recruitment focuses, we will start with England, won't we? So minimal requirements. I want them just to build a list of players for us to judge on. So we'll go up to about 35 and we will ask, no, we will do competition. Start with Premier League. That's going to be ongoing. And that's going to be, where is Pisotto? Pisotto is there. We just call it Premier League. We will add one. We haven't chosen where it is yet, but Jose Bray was the other guy. He's got knowledge of France, Italy, Belgium, Spain at extensive levels. There is a lot of Spanish players in Serie A in real life right now, so I think that's going to be the priority there. So we are going to say areas, competition, La Liga. Oh, it named that one. If I now change this, will it change? Yeah. La Liga. Oh, no, I did that wrong. That's meant to be ongoing, not standard. And then we will set up a couple of these with 2 of these guys. Let's do 3 of the guys. There we go. Saying 35, and you are going to focus on Serie A. So Javit says, don't forget to set up head of youth development to do youth player development information reports when they come in. I always forget that and end up with my director of football doing it and my youth intake being crap until I remember. Well, we don't have a head of youth development, so for the time being, we can't change that. I need to change that to ongoing again as well. There we go. Someone should clip him just saying it to Italy repetitively. Your wish is my command. Oh, bugger. Who doesn't eat the pizza with pineapple? Just Italy. Just Italy. They don't know. They just don't know. The Wizard of Is. I love that name. Goalies can't be trained at all then. So, now, there are obviously certain things that, as a goalie, you can do on your own. You can use, like the various machines that help, like shoot the ball out on a timer. You could just use a wall in that regard. So you can practice your reflexes by using a wall and like a textured net in front of you that will cause the ball to bounce off in different directions. And that's how you could, one of the ways you could train reflexes, for example. So there are ways of training things without playing games in a standard way. And so I do get that tackling, because it does rely largely on the movement of someone, can be difficult. But I'm sure there are ways around it. I'm sure there are ways that defenders in real life refine those skills on an individual basis. So we'll still even look for old people in Serie B. You know, no discriminating here. And so let's Bignolo and Paponi. I've remembered to put ongoing this time, Serie B. And then the rest. So we're just going to send, are we going to send our chief scout out there? I think we send our chief scout out there. Yeah, that one's fine. And then for the remaining scouts, 1, 2, 3, 4. Seven scouts. 7 scouts for the remaining jobs. We will be much more broad. We will say some of you can go to South America. I might as well have just done continent. Let's say South America and Europe. You guys can work it out between yourselves. Just report back to me. I will give you the freedom to do whatever the hell you want. Don't even need to report back to me. You'll be all absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with just saying to players, hey, go and players, staff, hey, go and do the things. We'd all be good, right? Right, so sorry, I do apologise. So RJ was that's the point, is you were the most amateur of the amateurs and you did. How did you? I want to know what that's not like a saying you didn't. I mean more like how do you what kind of drills would you do in your own time? It'd be quite interesting to know. So Eddie also played in the Belgian lower divisions, 3rd and 4th tier. So my word, do we have players that played up against one another? That would be incredible. I'm now scanning through. So, RJ, so we've got some region issues, so we can't. So possibly not the same there. That would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. Right, Kwan has a quick update on his save. 1 game to go, and Bayern have the 4th spot, ahead by 3 points. But you have the better goal difference. Pray for me. I've got faith in you. I've got faith in you. So let's start off. We could probably do with a goalkeeper. Elia Caprile. Does he have a clause? He doesn't. Roma got relegated.
So Roma were a team we would have considered, but they got relegated. But Caprile had we saw their last game. Caprile was absolutely outstanding. Fantastic performance. Could be someone that we keep an eye on, or it will be someone we keep an eye on. Giovanni Casaraghi is a...
What a head, son! What a head!
Oh, Releja Gegenpressing is in. Good afternoon, my dude, and Raiders. How on earth are you all? Welcome on in. We are currently doing...
The statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh my, what a gentleman. What a gentleman. Now, I shouldn't have to say this, though. I think we need to deduct 5 points from Crodmo for not doing his mod work there. Disgraceful stuff. Go check out Releja. How was your stream, my dude? Welcome on in, Raiders. We are in the midst of a very, very admin-heavy stream. We've just taken over at AC Milan after 4 years in the Bundesliga with Darmstadt, and we are trying to muddle our way through, working out what on earth we're going to do. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Now, I see that before that, Becca's on Bar asked, hello, do you guys scout in Oceania and Asia? I always dream about wonder kids from Vanuatu, Bhutan, or India. I tend to focus our scouting here on active leagues within the save. So generally, when we're European based, I won't have that many Oceanic or Asian leagues loaded. Certainly not Vanuatu or Bhutan. And India doesn't have the proper leagues in game. It's always disappointing. I know you can get databases for it, but because I don't personally, sadly not, I'm afraid. RJ says, nah, not on my own, of course, with teammates, but some of the goalkeepers, they don't train alone. Indeed. I mean, the whole individual training thing also just, I don't really understand it. Like the idea that you have individual training, but no one's going to be around with you when you do it. So is it just you hope they do it at home? Just send them home and say, hey, throw a ball against the wall and react to it? Or is it coordinated training with other players and the coaches there? At which point it might be individual, but you're not alone, and that should surely mean you could learn anything, right? There we go. So Crodmo, I never know who you want me to shout out, you massive bearded Wally. We'll talk. It's all good. Crodmo gets so grumpy when he lost Crodmo fan. He does. So it's a great stream for Releja Gegenpressing. Instead of losing against Zaragoza, working with the new Coke and the new Sal, indeed, with Cadiz. Interesting. Very nice. So why do individual training when you can put 3 training sessions every day? Just why? I guess why not, I suppose. So Cameron's got a bounce. No worries at all, my dude. Thank you very much for dropping by. I hope you have a lovely evening. You've got some decorating to do before heading down the road. That's not quite so fun. Nobody wants to do decorating. It's Monday. Relax. It's all good. So yeah, Caprile, possibly an option. Giovanni Casaraghi is a 22-year-old playing already at the San Siro, but he's interested in a transfer, which interests me. Attribute-wise, he's okay. Excellent agility. It's just rushing out is a concern. He looks very similar to Matty, actually, the young goalkeeper we've already got, just a few years older. Did play a decent number of games last season, conceded just over a goal a game, 9 clean sheets. Matt, is there information as to why touted as the next Buffon, only valued 13 to 16 million, He's the backup currently to Mads Hermansen. Mads Hermansen, by comparison, just arrived from Barcelona, where he did concede only 1 goal every 2 games. I don't understand. That feels like a very good player that might be available from our rivals. Something feels off there. Something feels very, very off. Right, so Thomas has played 3,750 hours of FM. Not sure how I feel about that. You should feel proud, Thomas. That is incredible. Incredible numbers. Right, in terms of goalkeepers, Carnegie is probably going to be valued quite highly, 67 million. Donnarumma is now 32, not for sale. Vicario, 69 million. Yeah, so we're probably not that interested there. There's the young goalkeeper there. We probably don't. Who are some other Italian goalkeepers? I feel like Atlanta might be worth looking at. Stefano Turati? He's affordable as well. Concedes about 1.25 goals per 90, which is quite high. Has reached double figures for clean sheets every season. No, he's not on our list. He's not on our list, so we will pass him up. Right, so Raleigh, you've got to go to work now. No worries. Thank you for dropping by. I hope work's all right this afternoon. So Dennis is in. Welcome in, my dude. Hi, buddy. Doubting to start in Finland or Scotland. What do you suggest? I suggest my standard question. Why have you suggested Finland or Scotland? What is it that draws you to those? And what is it that you like out of a save? Because I think whichever you there will be things that will come from what you enjoy and why you chose those countries that will probably draw you to one more than the other. But I can't answer those questions for you. That will come from inside. We'll get all flower and so forth. Definitely ignore El Norby. Ilves do have a nice badge, but they are also the Devils. So the Ilves are absolutely sensational. Look at that Lynx. Look at that Lynx. What a glorious, glorious thing it is. Right back options, possibly. Do we just plunder Inter for as many players as we possibly can? He has been playing regularly. So went from Fenerbahce to Paris Saint-Germain. Played okay at Paris Saint-Germain. Then was loaned out to Inter. Sold to Inter. Being a solid player overall. He's currently on 165k a week, which for this division is generally all right. Like, the only real weakness is jumping and heading, which isn't that big of a concern. It's not described as injury prone. Good stamina. Good dribbles. Good progressive passes. Good open play key passes as well. Valued in the 21 to 30 million range, which is quite reasonable too. I think we're just going to try and sign as many Inter players as possible here. So Dennis, why Finland? You're a Belgian living in Finland. Played there before and was fun. Why Scotland? Never managed there. That's fair enough. I mean, so you already have a connection to Finland. I think that certainly has an appeal, right? I mean, is there a team local enough to you that you feel like you'd have a connection to? Or a team that maybe you really, really dislike over there, and so you might want to find like one of their rivals and give yourself a little bit more of a little bit more needle. Otherwise, I mean, so are there teams in Scotland with Belgian links? I mean, Rangers have Nico Raskin for the time being, obviously, but maybe if there's a team in Scotland that, you know, are there any teams that maybe has a Belgian link, maybe twinned with a Belgian city? Could be interesting in exploring. And well, as Eddie suggests, FC Larty trying to replace the next Litmanen sounds fun. Celtic have Engels, perfect. There we go. Raskin is Villa, eventually. So Tommaso Profundi, we looked at before. Apparently he doesn't have a name. I think what that actually is it's struggling to load. Yep. So the primary color and the secondary color apparently are the same. But if I go to it from the Atlanta screen, I bet that will show up. I hate skinning. Sorry, El Norby. Sorry, my dude. Right, so HJK is 30 kilometers from your door. SJK, my father-in-law worked there. Played with SJK before. I need a challenge. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. Do SJK have any affiliate clubs? Could you find like a team much lower down in the pecking order that, you know, that were like linked to SJK, and so you could take that club over? So you've got the connection there. You know, like a little bit of nepotism, but not full nepotism. Right, Tommaso Profundi, we looked at before. Good pace, covers distance, good open play crosses. Again, value seems to be okay. Dribbling's not great, but we can have wide fullbacks that don't dribble. We look at fullback on attack, where we'll be getting them free essentially from running. So I like the idea potentially of Tommaso Profundi. Add to shortlist. Connor Bradley, is that Bluneri as well? Not injury prone. Good for possession one. Good for interceptions. Good for progressive passes. The others were doing better in terms of like key. So he got 6 assists, but that doesn't mean that he's actually created a great amount of chances. The others were doing better in terms of like open play key passes and things like that. Connor Bradley, I'm less enthused by. Giorgio D'Alessio, another that can't dribble. Not good. Got good off the ball either, which is a slight concern there. Good at tackling, good at progressive passes. Again, made it good for assists, but not necessarily good at open play key passes. 76 is a long way down that list. I'm not feeling D'Alessio. So I like that idea. We'll look into it. Marvelous. 30 kilometers from HJK. That's 90% of Finland's population, I think. El Norb, it's all good. You know I'm joking. It is all good. Bradley looks happy. Of course he's happy. He's no longer at Liverpool. Right, so Jan Kutu is now 29 years old. Can't tackle. Probably an issue for a defender, but, you know. Consistent, not injury prone. Does lose the ball a lot. Good in terms of open play cross attempts. Sprints, progressive passes, dribbles. Could make us money in marketing. Dribbles. Assists above open play key passes. 132nd for open play key passes. I'm not feeling Jan Kutu either. Filippo Ballerini. Can't dribble. Not great vision. Not great off the ball. Not great natural fitness. Injury prone. Nothing there in terms of performance information to go on, so we will let him go. Catanzaro's Luca Di Giovanni. Described as a winger rather than a defensive role, despite being capable in both. Can't dribble, can't pass, can't mark, bad positioning, bad work rate, bad teamwork. I don't think he's going to be the man. Yeah, that's a no there.
Well, we're coming down to the C's, so that makes sense. I'm not expecting an 18-year-old to be ready to stand in as the starter, so we will. That's a two possible right back options there. We've asked them to do the report on Kadioglu. Let's ask them on Profundi as well. Centre back options. So I'd like to sell Kaiki, but if we're going to sell Kaiki, we need someone to take his spot. And is that someone going to be 70 to 82 million euros worth? Probably not. Is it going to be Hugo Baracchina, the former Zaragoza youngster? He was indeed. He'd been okay for us in that save. However, I don't think that he's going to be quite ready to make the step up from Serie B to us. Oh god, actually, so Hugo Baracchina is it's him or Nathan as the options currently for centre back. Both left-footed. That's an area that we really need some input from, probably from our director of football in that regards. Because sure, some of these players might be fine, but we've got young defenders that we could potentially look at. What about defensive midfielders? We'll have a look at some of those there. A brave ballerina. The only type of ballerina there is. I mean, you have to be brave to put your feet through that, right? So Crod made a similar Liverpool joke. I'm glad. I think for once I wasn't so far behind. That's beautiful. Right, let's have a look at Andrea Cioffi. Andrea Cioffi is currently at Cesena, 32 years old. His career so far, he's been solid from the looks of things. He makes a couple of 6.93, 7.01, 7.07. All of those at Serie C level. Last 3 seasons he's been at Serie B. There's been a slight drop off, as with you kind of expect as you move up. Yeah, but spent the entirety of his career so far, well, in this save at Cesena. It's not done too bad. He's not done too bad. So Grow Bocop, welcome on in. Thank you very much. Ask the director of football to suggest a centre back. That's exactly what said we'll do. We're going to carry on looking through this list right now at some other possible ways that we could look at things as well. So I'm going to see what we've got in the way of defensive midfielders, because we're thinking of playing Malik Thior there, and even Silkic, I can't remember what his name was, who are both centre backs, but maybe we end up pushing them back and looking at midfielders. Paolo Mimbela, being at Napoli, signed for just 625,000 euros, started to make it into the senior squad a little bit more over the last couple of years. Now valued at 72 million euros. And for that, you can find a player who is 88th in Serie A for progressive passes, 125th for average rating, 142nd for interceptions, and he's fairly susceptible to injuries. Yeah, he's not standing out in any regards right now. Marco Micheletti. Slow, good jumping, good strength, not very good at heading, can't pass, not got great first touch. None of that looks promising. And nothing in terms of first team stats that would make us feel like that's the answer for us. So RJ, he was still playing in early Serie A for me as a backup. Fair enough. It looks like one of those where he's been stuck. Cesena was stuck in Serie C for so long, so by the time he's finally had a chance to make those steps up to Serie B, it's a bit too late in his career now, bless him. Giuseppe Gagliardi. Fine physicals. Bravery's the only thing that's really a concern for a midfielder. Sure, I'd like someone that could head, but it's not important. First touch isn't great, dribbling isn't great, but passing and vision's pretty decent. He 34 appearances, but don't have any information in terms of performance stats, so
That's because he was out on loan in the Zweite Bundesliga last season. Any players there? No, none of those. I suppose I've got this on natural, so I might as well look at wing backs as well. There weren't any. Midfielder centre. Luka Sukic for 118 million minimum. Definitely not interested there. And again, just a whole load of youth players. Attacking midfield area. We can consider having Kari a little bit deeper as well. Michael Elise at 15 million isn't necessarily bad. 65 million for a Lazio player. Again, like these young players might be really, really good prospects, but right now we can wait until we actually have a decent scouting network built up for some of those. Let's have a look out in wide positions. Samuel Lino, Samuel Edozie. Like, I'm looking for players that may be unnatural in wide positions but could be used behind the striker. No one right now stands out for me. I suppose Michael Elise is an exciting player, but I don't think he's necessarily that exciting. So if we look at Fatawu we'd be considering as a striker with the 4-4-2 diamond. We'd be looking at players like Kari or Leao or Bonato in behind the striker. So I would be considering it to be Elena Kane, Rafael Leao as our strikers. But when Rafael Leao needs to play deeper, we'd need another striker alongside Elena Kane. Elena Kane is described as an advanced forward. He has got great pace. He's also great in the air as well. 6'2". His header win rate last season was somewhere around 55-60%, I think. So we kind of have like a big-bodied striker. And I kind of wouldn't mind the left foot striker, always being slightly bigger player. So he's left-footed. That would be the way around we generally do it. So El Bilal Toure, nothing really. Low bravery doesn't make me feel good. 4th in shots, 4th in goals, 5th in expected goals, did massively outperform. So 15 XG, 20 goals is pretty encouraging there. Good at headers lost, bad at possession lost, bad in offsides, good at headers won. Could be okay. Does seem quite dear for in 20 goals, 17. The last 2 seasons have been very good from a goal output perspective. How old is El Bilal Toure now? He's now 29 years old. 6'1". Solid but not spectacular from an attribute standpoint. Joshua Zirkzee is more affordable. Now, he'd be more of a deep line playmaker, so he could play as potentially, like as an Ngonch, maybe even. Zirkzee is exciting, question mark. Yes, he is massive. Please don't take him. So please take him so Man United does not. Big body strikers, so the only type of striker you need. I mean, I wouldn't mind. We've got some pace would help. But like, okay, so Zirkzee. 30 plus. That feels appropriate from a team like Milan. Plenty of experience. He is that big body, but he's much more technical, right? His technique's great, passing vision's great, dribbling's good. We can use him in that role behind the striker, and we can use him up front. I kind of like this. I kind of like this as a possibility. So we looked at him earlier. He had a good season here, 22 goals in all competitions, and a good season here, 25 goals in all competitions. But he's had some down years. 4 goals the year before. Does feel a little questionable. 160. If his wage demands don't go, say, above 200,000, that might be okay. So let's add him to the shortlist. So if there are any other players that maybe are worth... Oh no, I've got my backup, don't I? So that would be Diego Carmona would be the backup for Rafael Leao. Right-sided, acceleration off the ball. He's the really, really quick guy that partners Elena Kena when Rafael Leao plays behind. So Xerxes would be the backup to Elena Kena or playing behind the role. So we just need the one striker. Someone of that build actually makes sense. Moise Keena at 30 million. We don't have a full picture. Oh no, we do. It's just they're really, really bad. And the sunlight is now hitting me. Just the door doesn't have blinds, and now the sunlight's hitting me and I can't quite see the screen as well. 75 goals in 70 games isn't that great. 9 in all competitions, 7, 14, 13, 16 in all competitions. Kind of, maybe. Never under 35. It's too young for Milan. Getting Carsten Janka, Jan Koller. What some great memories there. Great old players. Dzeko still doing well in Italy? No. Maybe. So had to criticise them for it. If you can get Giroud or Zlatan, you take them. Like, I'm not against signing older players. I think it makes perfect sense indeed. Like, the reason we signed Davy Selk, the reason we were looking at Ladislav Almasi, I like an experienced line leading striker like that. But it's also difficult sometimes to find those right players at the right time for you. Like all the rest of the players our scouts know about are all young. I'm not paying 65 million for someone right now. Rocco Albanesa, left-footed. He's quick. He's definitely not physical. Let's see what he finished 10th last season for goals in Serie A. Not that bad. 13th for non-penalty XG. 16th for regular XG. They're both the same value. So he did overperform quite well. Doesn't like big matches. Did lose the ball a lot. "22 years old. Seems like he's doing okay. He just moved from Roma. So he was a regular starter at Roma in his last season where he scored 5 goals. Things seems to have improved by getting out of Roma. But nothing that excites me too much. Let's have a look at Filippo Bianchi, a 21-year-old poacher who likes to knock ball past the opponents. Okay, nothing special attribute-wise. Long shots not great, passing not great. They aren't the most important aspects. So he scored 12 goals. Got a really, really nice minimum release clause. So he also outperformed his XG by a reasonable amount. Inconsistent, offside a lot. Didn't lose the ball a lot though. So poor heading ability. Doesn't look like it's that poor. Headers lost is considered as a plus, the number of them. Headers won. Okay, so 47 to 76. You're looking at he was in for 120 headers. He won about 50 of them, so 5/12. You're looking at around a 40% header win rate. That's not awful. Not bad either. And not awful and not bad are the same thing. He just moved to Frosinone. Maybe feels like I feel like we've got youngsters that are already that kind of profile. We probably need to look for someone that's doing really well. Okay, so Mosconi isn't that mad either.
None of these are established players. So we'll just have to make do with that. So sunny England, impossible. Just for brief moments. We'll get like 2-minute spells every 10 hours. It'll rain again soon though. It most definitely will. If it starts raining again, please don't send it to Belgium this time, thanks. Oh, but you love it so much, RJ, don't you? You surely do. So Cockasmuch, you've signed a 6'6" forward who scored 44 goals in 37 league games for me last season. That's around half his league goals. He's 28. That's what you need, isn't it? It's genuinely the way that, like, I feel that that kind of player comes into their own when they reach around that like 28 range. So Dovmik is indeed 34 years old, on 450,000 euros a week for Paris Saint-Germain. He joined them last season, scored 9 in 22. Before that was at Benfica. And before that, he was in Saudi Arabia, where he scored goals for fun. Good player, good player. If he was affordable, I would love for him to have come up as an option. So I'm going to go with basically every single option through here. I think that we can make use of players in different ways. So I don't really mind what the archetype is. Find someone that excites me, and we can then work around that. No trequartistas though, apparently. No false nines. So suggestions are, I will probably cut out anyone that's above 60 million. Now, it's very unlikely that Rosnas will be at the bottom half of that, so El Hamachi can be ignored. Alberto Torres can be ignored. So what have we got here, possibly? We've got Jose João, 34 goals in 79 games for Benfica. None of this is going to be accurate. He started to break out the last couple of seasons. 24 goals, 21 goals in all competitions in the last two. Those will be the seasons that he was 20 and 21. That's enough for me to... So we don't have any scouting information on him right now. So let's get him scouted. So if my entire team isn't crossing at him, they're getting binned off in the next window. That's fair. I mean, when you've got a player who's almost 2 meters tall, surely that is the only tactic. Like, as soon as any player gets the ball, it's look up, find your target man. So Eddie says AC Milan benefited much from the Milanello laboratory run by a Belgian doctor. They had a special program for older players. That sounds quite cool. I would have thought that it was just the wine, to be honest. I was like, players will play quite happily forever if you can ply them with enough alcohol. All right, Modo Silla, another player potentially that we could poach from Inter. He was out on loan last season at Lille, scored 11 goals in all competitions. Don't really have, like, there's not enough performance data behind him. He's 23 years old with hair like that. Oh my, bless him. So Maestro, anyone here ever used a 3-4-2-1? What's your secret to success with this formation? Generally with a 3-4-2-1, I like to have two defensive midfielders on supporting roles that sit deep, because your natural width is going to come from the wing backs. You've already got 3 players in advanced position, so that's kind of like your front 5. I find that people have a tendency to have at least one defensive midfielder either as a volante on attack or on a defensive role, and you don't necessarily need it because you've already got your bodies kind of neatly mapped out. You've got your back 3 already, you've got your front 5 already, so having defensive midfielders that just help tie things over, sew the units together is my main key. Right, so João, okay. Mudu Silla just hasn't had an opportunity to prove himself yet. Jonah Kusaya Sare, 4 games for Leipzig since moving for 9 million. He hasn't had a chance to prove himself at a senior level properly. Always been playing down in the reserves. That's not going to be our answer. I strongly doubt that Eric Eads, the 19-year-old, is going to be our answer either, especially when he's valued that way. He is not. Fernando da Silva Vieira. It's out on loan at Nice. Nothing special there. And then Ivan Juric. Ivan Juric has stopped coaching Southampton. He's been on the fringes at Bayer Leverkusen. Yeah. So Jose João, the only possible option out of there that I feel might be plausible. So let's have a look at what we've got going on for defenders. That's our other major need, I think. It's a central defender. Liberos I'll accept. All players I'll accept. And wide centre-backs. We're not looking for no-nonsense guys, though. These are transfer suggestions. I want established players. Stop giving me suggestions for 22-year-old. Jesus. So reorganiser. Oh God, what an awful career. It happens though, doesn't it? It happens, sadly. Right, Viva's in. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Maestro, PSG just lost 4-0 to Havre on your save. Holy fuck. Tasteful races on. That sounds good indeed. Right, Shubs. You would like us to take a look for Freddie Potts. I don't think you have asked for Freddie Potts. Or have you? Now that he's at Carlisle, I feel like maybe you have. So Freddie Potts, his career history. Starts the game obviously at West Ham. Moved to Carlisle on a free after the 3rd season. So yeah, he had a loan to Wickham in the 1st season. Doesn't feature at all in the 2nd, doesn't go out on loan. Then at the beginning of the 26-27 season, he moves on a free transfer to Carlisle. 14 games in that 1st season. And then he has 4 goals, 5 assists in 2nd, 2 and 9. Oh, well, 3 and 10 in all competitions in the 3rd. 1 and 6. 2 and 15. Great season last season. 15 assists is incredible as Carlisle got relegated to League 2. And they're now back up in League 1. But it seems like his level, I'm afraid to say, is a little bit disappointing. So Mayowa Imoya, can you talk us through a 3 centre-back, 1 defensive midfielder, 2 central midfielders, 2 wingers, 2 strikers formation? Mayowa, I can't talk you through a 3-1-2-2-2. Because it's something I would never use because it's not really grounded in like a. I try and focus on things that kind of happen in real life currently. So it's not something that I would feel particularly comfortable like trying to talk you through because I just wouldn't ever use it myself. So whilst I was complaining about that, we do have 3 players that are on big wages, so I'd hope they're starting. Another left-footed centre-back. This is Gilberto Asako. Doesn't win his headers. Real Madrid's Jose Ignacio Romero. Doesn't win his tackles. I'm glad that Spain still have information from this season, though. So Carlos Hoyas is playing regularly. Does win his tackles. Does win his headers. Isn't on the ball much, but gives it away a lot. I don't like that. France has ended. He was playing regularly for Rennes. They're all left-footed. What's up with all these left-footed centre-backs as well? Sam Gwynn. Do I try and take someone for my beloved Aston Villa? 39 games for them. Mostly, he's very much on the fringes, so definitely not ready to come in as a starter with no information for us to judge upon. Mohamed Gold, I'm expecting the same situation, just the 5 games. Spent his time out on loan in the Championship. Right, okay, so
Sherb says he's looking like cracking the starting 11 next season for us in real life. That'd be quite, yeah, because he's, what's his name? Who's his dad? He's the former West Ham midfielder Potts, that Steve Potts, wasn't it? It's Steve Potts, his son, right? So cool. We are about to go on a break. I'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes, at which point we'll come back and play a little mystery mini game. So let's do that, and I'll see you guys shortly.
And we're back. So we're going to play a little round of Only Connect as DM Basis has redeemed the mystery mini game for today. Well, not the mystery mini, a mystery mini game for now. Yeah, all of that sentence was wrong. Pro Streamer, welcome back. I'll explain how this game works. Let's do that, shall we? You're about to see pictures of 4 players, one after the other. They all share a common connection. Maybe they've played for the same club or alongside the same teammate or under the same manager. Maybe they all share a particular record. Maybe they all have the names of breeds of cats inside their surname. It could be anything. Generally speaking, during the week, it's not that confusing though. So don't worry too much. Your job is to work out what that connection is. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. Those points get you onto that lovely scoreboard underneath there. So yeah, let's head on over to the very first clue and see if anyone can work it out that early on. Oh, it's back, RJ. RJ, your chat disappeared and now it's back. That is peculiar. Insert obligatory they're all English line here, indeed. A new game indeed, Eddie. So this is one of the games that we play quite regularly. We've got some guesses coming in. Quadmo correctly has identified that it is Bojan Krkić. Is it failed Wonder Kids? Is it that they're all from a nation that hasn't won a World Cup since 1966? That's the obligatory they're all English thing. Another guess for failed Wonder Kids. Dads were all footballers, all played at Ajax. They can all do it on a rainy night in Tuesday night in Stoke. Do they all play in Japan? Failed super talents. They're Spanish Messis. All of them are born in Manchester. They never played their full potential. All claim to be the new Messis. All played for international team that is not known by FIFA, so the Catalonia national team. They're all Serbian Catalans. You expect Hakim Mastor next. I mean, so there are some fabulous guesses in there, but we aren't correct right yet. Can we work out who this fellow is? So, did they play for a national team that is different to their parents? I love that guess. It's not that, I'm afraid, either. Croatian is Eddie's guess. Dodgy Gamer, welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? Did they all make their international debut before 18? Not that I'm necessarily aware of, but that is a fabulous guess. How are you, Dodgy? Lovely to see you, my dude. Go give Dodgy some love. I mean, you probably shouldn't be giving Dodgy some love over here. We need to give Dodgy love over on TikTok, right? So, Dodgy, you have said made their international debut before 18. Does that mean you know who this is? And if so, would you like to enlighten the other players? Because Necrosis doesn't know who it is. Who the fuck is that? Who is this, says Maestro? Zerachal, because maybe they play for Stoke. DM Basis doesn't know who it is. Koku Smash doesn't know who it is. El Norby doesn't know who it is. RJ's asking. Crudmo doesn't know. Are they all in some folder on your desktop? Technically, yeah. Technically, indeed. Right, so Dodgy typed it up before this photo came up. So Crudmo's going for Carlos Edwin Kickable. Mr. Murox has gone for played in Serie A. Because Mr. Murox is a man that knows his footballers. This is indeed Alessio Cerci. So let's move on to the next one. So Nick is guessing that they all played for AC Milan, which is a very, very reasonable guess because Bojan played for AC Milan for sure. Alessio Cerci played for AC Milan, but did Socrates play for AC Milan? And Quadmo has correctly pointed out that it is Socrates, as has Koku Smelch. Maestro says there ain't no way that Socrates played for AC Milan, but Mr. Muro thinks that he did. Mr. Muro thinks that he did. And Taribo West, did he play for AC Milan? I'm wondering if Taribo West played for AC Milan. Of course he did. It is indeed that they all played for AC Milan. Fabulous work, Nick. And that was before your guess came in, before we moved over. So that's a beautiful 3 points going your way. That is 19 appearances for Bojan in the 2012-13 season. 29 appearances for Cerci in the 2015-16 season. 5 appearances for Socrates back in 2010, and Toribio West made just the 4 back in the 2000 season. Beautiful stuff.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Ladislav Almasi fan, thank you very, very much. That's 5 months you've been subscribed. You madman. Absolutely appreciated. Yeah, fabulous work there, Nick. And yes, maybe the word legends on this is a little sarcastic. So my answer is more acceptable, says Quan. What was your answer, Quan? AC Milan legends is a stretch. It is most definitely. San Siro was their home stadium. I see. I mean that is true. And he went for playing in the San Siro. But Nick was in far earlier than that, I believe. Or was he? Yes, he was indeed. Nick did get there about a minute before your comments, I'm afraid. Anyway, so yeah, absolutely crazy. Right, we still need centre backs. Are there any free transfer suggestions? No free transfer suggestions. Their contracts have ended, right? We could be looking at loans. There was a single suggestion for a loan, 20-year-old that probably hasn't played. Are there no? Who's been released? Who has been released? So let's look at players that have been released recently. I'm basically looking to see if I can find any names that jump out that make me go, oh, okay. Because then we're looking for starters, right? We're looking for a starter at centre back. So we're looking for somebody that's an established player. Not looking good, I gotta say. The release list is not wow. Oh, Armand Loriente's been released. He must be, what, 32? He is 32. How's his career been? So he leaves Sassuolo to join Torino for big money. And doesn't hit double figures for goals in any of those seasons. Bless him. Weston McKennie's been released. He's also 32. He did spend a couple of seasons out on loan to Lazio and Atletico Madrid. Then kind of got himself back around the first team. Used a lot as a substitute. Yeah. There we go. Ollie Watkins was at Bologna. He's got to be older than that. He's got to be like 34, 35. 35. There we go. Tammy Abraham, we know he's injury prone. Absolutely zero interest there. Brian Cristante has retired even. Marcus Thuram, 33 years old. Barely played at all last season. Not interested to join. That's fair enough. He appreciates the rivalry, at least, bless him. Right, okay, so crazy that it's been 12 years since Bojan was first considered wash. It is crazy. It is crazy. AC Milan to UCL glory. We will be there. We will indeed. Yo, Hakim Mastor played for AC Milan too. Can I get points? I mean, there's loads of people that played for AC Milan. If the round was just name people that played for AC Milan, the points would be impossible for me to track, surely. So Nick Crosis went off. Churchy being the player. It's a great guess. Solana Savamasi fan, Pulisic. Pulisic has been, he's been released. He's a little bit rubbish. Marcus Thuram, that's crazy. It's a shame. So, Mr. Murox, what type of defender are we looking for? A defender that's not a no-nonsense centre-back. But our approach here is we disable the player search screen. So we've got scout players, we've got the director of football. I'm was allowing myself to look at the release list for the league. Kaiki is our starting centre-back alongside Berardo. His rating looks good, but he had a header win rate around 58% last season. His tackle win rate was below 70% last season, which is not good enough by any stretch of the imagination. So we want to upgrade on him before we consider transfer listing him. Claudio Brignoni is probably going to be our starter. We've got a couple of other young players that can hopefully step up into that role in due course, but I wouldn't want them to be the players we have to rely upon to do that. So cool. We've got some players there. We've got a friendlies already arranged. Let's make sure that the backroom staff aren't arranging any. So Juventus game there. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, okay, we will do an away game here against a Serie B team, hopefully. Someone like Brescia. They are indeed still down in Serie B. That's perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we have like a high profile game against Ajax. That would be fun, right? So 1, 2, 3. Is that not a tour? We're just playing a load of games in. Surely that's a training camp and it just doesn't have the thing up right now. 1, 2, 3. We have no affiliated clubs, or they're not available for games at that point. Which of these teams are most likely to be down? So Cremonese are in Serie B. We won't play that. I want this just to be like a game that's easy to win. Oh, I love Campionese with their weird snail logo. Yeah, fuck it. Let's play the snails. The snails are great. So should have put Torres on the Milan Legends list. There were plenty of great options in there. Could have had Philip Senderos as well. How good are Milan in this save? So, lads, I'm a massive fan. They haven't won the league in 3 seasons. They've just won it once in the save entirely. A couple of runners-up spots, a few third positions. So Mikel left to take the Chelsea job. You'll be pleased to hear, but he'd been there for a reasonable amount of time. So it's not that he was like a failure in any regards. They seem to be trending in the right way. So they're not a bad team. They do spend a lot of money on wages. But yeah, so Mikel was there since 2026. He's had a little spell at Brighton beforehand and now gone over to Chelsea. So I think... When does training start? Training starts on the 14th of July. We've got a few players on a shortlist that we're hoping to get some information on. We want a right back. We want a centre back. We want a goalkeeper. We'll accept those changes. They've all been done. That's marvellous. And we have nobody in our backroom staff, so it's just going to be a meeting between the two of us. He suggests... Oh, yes. Yes. How about that? Cool. Perfect. We're going to win the fucking Coppa Italia. Yes, we are, DM Bassist. Yes, we are. You start with a small game this season, away versus Juve. It's nice, easy games, right? Zenergy's in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. Ajax versus AC Milan was the opening game for the arena in '96. You were there. That is very, very cool. That is very cool, Eddie. Chelsea taking a former Brighton manager. Who'd have thought of it, eh? I'm waiting for the day Musterman does a played for Team X with 4 black and white pictures from the 1880s. It might happen at some point. It might happen. As attacker man, does this mean staff members don't have attributes either? Correct. Now, we need an assistant manager. We've just put an advert out for an assistant manager. We've spent a reasonable amount of today talking about how we're going to move to a 4-4-2 diamond. And he suggests somebody who's got continental reputation, continental pro license, who plays a 4-4-2 diamond, fans mentality. I think that's fate. I think that is fate, surely. Pongo Waring, Steve Bloomer, Edgar Chadwick, CB Fry. Pongo's definitely going to be black and white, but I feel like I've seen maybe a colorized, one where they've done it post. Yeah, it would have just been a colorized rather than a legitimate color photo. Pasquale Foggia as a possible head of youth development. Right formation. I don't love the cautious mentality or the less often pressing. So we can wait for those to come through. I don't see the need for a technical director. Scouts will just wait for the applications to come through as well. So that seems perfectly reasonable, I think. Of course, El Norby is absolutely right. Of course, Crudmo would like an out of an like 1800s version. Chris Kyle is a youngster whose contract was left to expire. Sure, that's fine. Set pieces introduction, we'll leave this to whatever the staff preference is, and we can deal with that a little bit closer to the time. Mate. Cockoo's must suggest 4 painting of Aztecs. They all played the precursor for football. That would be amazing. That would be incredible. So Landers have a mass fantasy. You're in Italy. You need at least one person who can park the bus. But we want to bring through people with our approach. We definitely don't want that one person being our head of youth development. If he ends up bringing through everyone as just like it's just going to be 24 defenders. None of them can pass. Yeah, I'm not quite as enthusiastic about that. Right, Hernandez, Manion, Benes. We've transfer listed Manion. We've transfer listed Benessa. Albert Navarro is 24 years old. Was out on loan at Lille. Before that, Young Boys. Has he been transfer listed? He has indeed. So that's marvellous. That don't need to worry about that there. These other youngsters, Casper Hansen is one that they say might be good enough. Could be 2.5 to 3.5 stars. He is a left winger with great acceleration and pace. A long way off in terms of his technical development. Absolutely nothing that he offers defensively. Doesn't seem all that encouraging, but he does have a 1-year extension. So trigger that extension. He's the only player that they really think, yeah, we're really, really positive. Well, we're slightly positive on him. So the rest we can see what kind of information we get over the course of the year. Most of this is going to be dealt with by the backroom staff eventually. The scouts I'm probably going to let expire because we've got so many whose knowledge is only of Italy. So we have no attributes for staff, so we have no idea if he's any good or not. So there's no point in necessarily keeping him on in the hope when we've already got far too much coverage in that area. So it could be a Stalatopek, Quixelinga, Malalalala Petal, Zixing Virgun, great Aztec names, incredible. So you need to offer that guy the Arseman job, don't you still? I do, Jabbits. I do indeed. Thank you very much. Where was that meeting? Follow-up actions. Approach to sign. 18 grand. I have no idea. I have zero idea what constitutes reasonable value at this level. So we have a fitness coach on 3 grand. Another fitness coach on 3.5 grand. A head performance analyst on 4.5. Kojo Ofori is an assistant manager on 4.5. Fiorentina have 2. Cozzi's on 6.7. Salvatore Fotti's on 11.7. So let's just run through. Gemelli, that's 2 on 12.5. 1,600. 13.5. 13.7. 9.5. That's me. Mourinho doesn't have an assistant manager. That's 2 on 16 combined. That's 2 on 6 combined. 7 grand. 11.5. 5. That's run through all of them. So that would definitely be very, very high. But he is a match for what we're looking at. Tahaji's saying that's how you do your set pieces too. It's a classic, isn't it? It is a classic. Right, so Gonzalo says, does this move mean we will have an Eros Ramazzotti song for an AC Milan with? We will definitely have some themed stuff down the line. But we kind of, it's difficult because I don't know what players I didn't know until this stream what players we were going to be keeping. So yes, there will be theme stuff. What it is, I don't know quite yet. 24 Maldinis, I'm in, says Eddie. I mean, that would be quite nice. That would definitely be quite nice. Welcome in the Dutch FM. How you doing, my dude? How was the stream earlier? 18s. Okay, that's workable. Say at 16. 5-year contract, 16k. I feel like for someone that's going to be a good match for what we're doing, hopefully that would be okay. I want to give Wojcik a chance to prove his worth during preseason. Mitja Kovacic, he wasn't a player that we transfer listed, was he? No. Let's take a look here. They don't think he's going to improve much. Okay, so they say he's 2 stars, going up to 2.5 stars. That's not a lot of improvement, right? But they also think that he could improve a lot in the future. They think he's Serie A quality already. He's only ever played 19 games in total, so he had 7 appearances last season, 12 the season before, but that's all competitions. He lacks bravery. Can jump. Not great teamwork. Good personality. 2 years left on his contract. To me, that looks like a player that is heavily undervalued by the game, so we will reject that. Roma have come in with a loan offer for Daniele Busa. Squad player at 21, down in Serie B. See if you'll pay us a little bit more. Cool, I'm okay with that. Sinato is another player I'd be happy to have loaned out. Mandatory future fee, I'm not so enthusiastic about. Well, by the end of the season, yeah, none of that matters. Take him on loan. Agree that he's going to be an important player. Cover most of his wages, that's fine. And then if he starts to do all right, we will try and extend his contract. Otherwise, we're happy to let him. There's no point in in agreeing a deal for 18 grand, that's just pointless. Absolutely doesn't move the needle whatsoever. The god of diarrhea and regrets. I'm not sure I necessarily even want to know. The great god Chipotle. I've missed some very, very odd stuff. I am glad I am confused and don't know what's going on. So Nightcrawler, Arse Man is necessary, technical director not so much. Indeed. I tend to leave technical director stuff up to the director of football. Right, we meet the media. Let's see what lovely questions we have. What does it mean for us to be managers of thing? I'm excited. Do you feel the expectations have been fair and realistic? Yes. Over your career, you've been well known for your distinctive brand of football. Do you think it'll be a good fit for your new teams? No, I think it'll be a really bad decision for them to hire me. That's why I'm here. Do you feel you'll be able to continue their tradition of success? History guarantees nothing, and we have a lot to prove. We've got to accept that we need to prove that we're the right man here. Do I have any regrets in leaving Darmstadt? Additional comment time. I'm at freaking AC Milan. Of course I don't regret stepping down from Darmstadt. You have taken this job without being able to speak Italian. Won't it be tough to manage the side until you get to grips with the language? I mean, it's a fair question, that one. I will grant them that. Let me say... additional comments. Won't it let me paste in from Google Translate? How dare you not let me? Kosa. Hi. Detto. Which apparently is what did you say? Which I know is the joke they've already got there, but that's fine. This is taking too long. Let's click fine. I'm happy to be working there. The job came up, that's fine. Are you nervous about taking on a role? I have confidence. And that's why I've got my arms out. That shows it, right? Smile, what can we expect? Balance. What is it about Milan that appealed? It's the bunga bunga parties. Always the bunga bunga parties. Yep, fans are great. How good? Please there. Nope. I'm not going to comment on any of that. I would like to keep Barada around. He's our best centre-back. Not going to talk about the youngsters there. So that should be all right. Where? I'm just various Adriano Celentano songs for each player. Oh, that'd be amazing. I could do that one that keeps on going on the rounds where it's all in a made-up language. And that way I don't have to try and be clever with any of the languages. It'd be brilliant. I love that, DM Bassist. I love that suggestion. Genius. Assistant wants a manager wage. Nightcrawler says recommend recruitment analyst is also a must-have. Okay, so I see what Nightcrawler's doing. He's saying ass man is necessary. Tech dick, not so much. Technical director. And then he was saying recruitment analyst or rec anal is also a must-have. It took me a while. I do apologise. So Xenergy suggests that good value would be roughly half your wage for an ass man, wouldn't it? That's fine. Then I think we're on 70 grand a week. So definitely okay with that then. Oh, that's good. That's a player we want to get rid of. He's not that keen on Leeds. What is our financial situation like? So we've got 30 million in the bank. We've got a relatively small transfer debt. Our transfer budget is massive. Our wage budget is massive. So I think we say, let's get rid of that. Let's plump this up and take this down. Can we get that up to 20? I'm happy with that. A loan offer for Boosa. They're offering the right amount of money. That's great. Important player. I prefer that offer for Boosa than we had from Roma. So time to reject Roma's offer. Let's see if we've got any bids coming in for Mainan even. Not ready to bid at the moment. That's in fact scared them off. How about Benassa? Do have 2 interested there. Or will this scare them off? Okay, we got offers from Benassa. That's cool. I guess we offer out Zivkovic as well. See if we can get any more offers coming in. Maybe from that we can have something. So the medical car's in. Welcome in, medical car. How are you doing, my dude? How was your weekend? Did I just press continue? I did press continue. It's bold, I know. Bold. One, you say that I wish in the game you could learn different languages. It would be a nice touch. I assume that you kind of do, don't you, in the background? Do I? I don't have it on this bit. Where would it have been? It would have been... I think like you might passively. I'm not sure. You trolled the translation question. Damn right I did. Damn right I did. Are fans important? No, fuck them, storm out. That would have been hilarious. That would have definitely been a great move. Right, you got a bulletproof, swap proof, whatever proof your house after those comments. Dear God, you do. Zivkovic, the offer here is, let's see if we can get this up higher then. So it's percentage next sell from 20% from leads. Let's say 30%. Let's move that down to, we'll keep that down at 30, but let's move that up to 20. So 25 in total. That's cool. I'm happy with that. So we reject the one from Leeds now. Offers come in. He would prefer to speak to Al Nasser over Al Ali. So let's start by, there we go, 17. Cool. And then if Al Nasser want him, you need to offer 20. Match at 17. Cool. 17 is what we're dealing with for Benassa. Sammy Hupia is joining the coaching staff. It's all good. It's all good. Send on intensive. Physios, I don't really care too much about. So, Blue Lions asks, what's the best game of football that I've been to? I mean, I think that moments and memories tend to matter more than necessarily what happened in the game. So, you know, I'm most likely to say that probably the first Villa game I ever went to, which was February 1994 at Villa Park, home against Leeds United. We won 3-0. Alan Wright scored a goal. Ian Taylor scored, I think, as well, and Dwight York. It was the same scoreline we would later go on to beat Leeds by exactly 1 month later in the Carling Cup final. So there's a lot of personal attachment to that game, and it's significant rather than necessarily the game itself being that memorable. I can't remember the goals. I know that there were some. So for Crodmo, it's Bradford City versus Grimsby in 10:06. That does sound about right. That was like your third ever game, right, Crodmo? So Zerichel says, when you think you've drunk all the soda, but there was one can handing behind the pizza leftovers. Life is worth living. What an evening. What an evening. That is amazing, Zerichel. El Norby knew it. He attended a match in 1006. Absolutely would. So Benassa should go to El Nasser because Al Nasser want to sign Benassa. I mean, it does work, doesn't it? It absolutely works. Ajax have cancelled our friendly. That's fine. We've got preseason prep. I thought it starts next week. It does start next week, yeah. So we will say... Yeah, we'll do it ourselves. Nothing new there. Recruitment meeting. We've already set that up. Thiago. That's not Thiago Esteval, right? That is not Thiago Esteval. For those that know, what's he called? 60-second songs or something like that. I swear there's that he's that content creator that does like short rock covers. That's a decent price. They're saying 39 million. Leeds are coming in with an offer of 17.5. There isn't a minimum fee release clause thing to do with it. Let's just see what happens with the Leeds bids. I mean, I'm happy to match that if that can get us a Xerxes. That seems like a reasonable deal. So, DM Basis is on your profile just above the scouting knowledge part. You do learn languages and possibly forget them too. Yes, so I know where I've got it on staff profile, but because I don't have scouting knowledge on the manager profile, I don't think it's something for me to remember to add at a later date. There we go. So you definitely do learn new languages. I speak Sesotho from years in South Africa. That would make sense. But normally coaches in real life would learn before they've headed. That would be true. Although that said, Quan, we didn't know. We didn't know really. So we stepped down late May. We applied to Tottenham. We applied to AC Milan. But at that point, are we going to learn? Would we end up learning every language possible? So in this particular, just this one, I agree with you. I agree with you completely, by the way, to be clear. But in this particular circumstance, we actually wouldn't have known what the plan was. We have interviews, various different countries, and then we hoped that one of them would come back to us. So thankfully, they did. Okay, I need to arrange that friendly. That friendly was meant 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go for the Sunday. Which club won't let us down? Barca. Barca is the big game, right? Surely that makes sense. And then let's sort this out here. So we will go endurance, resistance, recovery, quickness, recovery, team bonding, endurance, resistance, recovery, quickness, recovery, community outreach, and then here we do penalties. Now we do a little bit of rest there, so we let them ease off before we head into that game. So we should have one spot between some of these games. So we do endurance session there. We do a resistance session here. Recovery, and then in the evenings we'll just do some work, generally speaking, with the ball. Match tactics, match tactics. Don't have that option before that game. So recovery, match review, match reviews after games, that's fine. The next one that we haven't done is a quickness session. Again, work with the ball and then match tactics. And that game's going to be on the Sunday. So thank you, by the way, Eddie, for the follow. Very much appreciated. Recovery. What's it called? No, match review. I wish there was a more intuitive way of doing this. Oh my word, I've missed so many bits. I do apologise. Is Hanu Teenanen in the game as staff? I'll have a look in a moment. No worries. Right, Crodmo's telling RJ to go milk some cows. I'm confused. That guy does not look like he should be associated with football. That's fair. That's fair. Is it a hair hire? I mean, you've got to with that kind of hair, man. Got to with that hair. It's incredible. Incredible. We're all millionaires here, says Johnny, in response to any financial experts in the chat. So some shady, dodgy football finance. Are you looking to buy a club to somehow launder money? Maybe. It might be an option. Crodmo does like to believe that not just is he a financial expert in football, but specifically on why Everton have been hard done by, and they're the only team that have ever been hard done by as a result, and they're all innocent and everyone else is guilty. And that's where I end the stream, just so that Crodmo then rages with no one to respond to. What was it? It's Tiernan you were asking about. Hanu Tiernan. Hanu Tiernan is currently the technical director at FC Interturku. He looks very, very like hedge fund. He's a discount. What's the Ineos guy? What's his name? Jim Ratcliffe. He's a discount Jim Ratcliffe. Yeah, he's in the game. He's been at Interturku as a technical director since the save started. So how can Chelsea spend 1.5 billion, win absolutely nothing, they'll miserably getting a front of a shirt sponsor, and still make a reported profit? It's they've been bending, not cheating the rules, Crodmo, isn't it? I mean, as much as I hate to, the rules aren't fit for purpose. Or no. The rules, like almost every rule, every law and rules, are naive, and teams with lots of money will pay people a fair amount of that money to find the loopholes and squirm their way out of certain regulations. And Chelsea have a lot of money to do such. So yeah, I think that's the most gentle way of putting it. Right, now this is the next bit here. Got match tactics there. That's going to be the match stuff. So for that final week, we run with physical, just a general physical in the morning. And then we will do some tactical work, some possession work, some defending work, some attacking work. We pop team bonding there. But you can't get Larry at the team bonding because you've got community outreach in the morning. and then we will have everything from there, and then we can basically run with our standard training for the rest onwards. That should cover that bit there. So yeah, they didn't break the PL's PSOs by using amortization rules and selling non-football assets for profit. Exactly. So say it loudly. Welcome in. New adventure on the horizon. Nice. What budget you got? Any transfers yet? So we've been in charge for six days so far with AC Milan, having just stepped down from Darmstadt. No transfers made yet, because with the way we work with scouted players, we have a very, very, very small list of players to select from, and the new season started, so we don't have any fresh data. So there won't be many transfers happening. We are desperately looking for a couple of sort of like big profile to maybe help us initially. But the transfer side of things is mainly going to come into play once we reach January. So all clubs with blue jerseys are bad. Chelsea, City, Everton. It's the common denominator. So fair point. Right, DM Basis wants to know what's going on with big Philippe Clement. I'm almost certain that's not going to be how you spell his name. Is it going to be 1L? Is it going to be 1P? It's 1L. He is currently the manager / managing director Sudives Cabor. It's not the one you were looking for. But this is the one I'm going to look at. He's held that job for 10,964 days. And in that time, he's played 3 games. Lost all 3 of them. Allegedly. Actually, the easiest way is going to be to go to Rangers. Then I don't have to worry about spelling. Look at managers. He's retired. I can't click on him. He retired in 2026, and Rangers, because they're not in a loaded league, haven't replaced him. So in that way, we can suggest that he's actually still there. Potentially. So say it loudly says, what happened if I remember you said no warm country for the next club? I said no warm. So when we talked about it, we talked about France. We talked about North Italy. South Italy, that's not going to happen. But North Italy, I mean, it's not that much more south than I say not that much more south. So Darmstadt is kind of like southwest Germany. It's not that south. It's more west southwest. Whilst Milan is very, very north. It's North Italy, so there's not too much difference there. Right, head of youth development. Head of youth development, AC Milan legend Socrates Papastatopoulos. No, he's very cautious. Doesn't play what we want. So 3-4-3, 3-4-3, a 4-3-3, 4-3-3, 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, 4-2-3-1, 4-2-3-1. We carry on the advert. Recruitment analysts, we have 2 spots left. Recruitment analyst doesn't matter at all. So we've got some guys currently 39 years old. We'll just offer the youngest ones, I think. Sure. And that's Tenka. Beautiful. That's the two jobs there. Cool. So my Chelsea players haven't broken any PSI rooms. We're just doing loopholes. Yes. Just yes. Chelsea want to give me 10 million for a player worth 8.8. Sure, some of that's in league appearances. Only the one offer, so we'll say yes to that. Sonato, we've got a loan offer out for him that we're much more interested in. So Carden's in. Welcome in, my dude. What did you miss setup-wise? We've pressed continue, Carden. We've pressed continue. That's about it. So we're going to look to move to a 4-4-2 diamond. We need a right back. We need a goalkeeper. Wouldn't mind another striker. And that's essentially what we've spent the last nearly 4 hours. We've got to that conclusion. So Caprile doesn't have a release clause. Good at one-on-ones, good reflexes, good jumping. Not elite agility. Resolute personality. That seems quite cool. Giovanni Casaraghi. 6'3", elite agility, but not so good all round. Fairly professional. Does have a weakness there. He is better than Marco Massi, our 19-year-old. But Marco Massi is also touted as the next Gianluigi Buffon. I think I'm not interested in Casaraghi. I am interested in Caprile. Might just hold fire, see what happens. He's been relegated. Maybe there's a transfer request comes in. The wages look good. So something we could possibly consider. Right, Maestro, you said you had to go like 5 minutes ago. I do apologise if you're already gone. You won't hear me saying that, so you don't know. But regardless, thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. Chelsea found a rule to spread the cost over 8 to 9 years for its big signings. That's why they're still in positive financial fair play. Yes, that loopholes, exactly. So Elias says, would you say playing with your skin, hiding the attributes can be used by everyone, or better for more experienced players? So Elias, I would definitely suggest for more experienced players, or at least not for players that are completely new to Football Manager. If you're new to Football Manager, I wouldn't recommend any skins. Get familiar with the game, with the mechanics, with how things work, and then start introducing challenge, perhaps. So Knight of Knee had already answered me about Northern Italy, indeed. So a cynic might point out that the Premier League said it would investigate clubs selling players to countries that owned them. Then Chelsea sold about 100 million of players to Saudi. Chelsea are owned by Clear Lake Capital, 65% of the money, which comes from Saudi Arabia. The Premier League investigated nothing. Good job that I'm not cynical. I mean, so there is that's not really. So I do disagree there, in some sense, which is that the way those kind of capital funds work, saying things like it's owned, money comes from Saudi Arabia. There's not enough. It's too. I like an ideal world where owners are a single person and there's none of this stupid money in there. But the essential way is that there is no proper traceable route of where the money comes from. They are just owned by a business, and saying, hey, they sold some players to Saudi Arabia and some money came from Saudi Arabia. It means nothing. That's annoying. It's annoying. But like, I don't know what they can investigate. Ultimately, like the whole setup, and that's not a Premier League issue. That's a world issue. But there we go. All right, that's not our man. Oh, right, okay, sorry. Yes, the Philippe Clement. Yeah. Isn't there a pending case involving former player Lassana Diarra that could shake the transfer world? A Bosman Part 2 kind of thing. So there was, and they did find in favour of Diarra, but it's not that big, I don't think. It's not like it's just essentially that teams can't fuck players over quite as much as they used to. They'll still find a way to. But yeah, that ruling came through like a couple of months ago, I think. So Cardioglu, he's a good player. 31, good age. It's a good option. For Fundy's a much better price. Doesn't like big matches, but he is a perfectionist. He is only 22, so that can improve. He can't tackle. Xerxes, they're now saying 28 million. That seems a little bit more plausible. Only dropped a little bit. I like the idea of Xerxes. We have massive problems with Zhao for injuries, so he's definitely not someone we're interested in. Is that all of the guys come through? Is it just Stefan Kirsten? Oh, right. Okay, there's that Man United kid that we were tracking before. Right, that's fine. He can come off. Bundy or Ferdy. Interesting. So RJ prefers the Roma goalkeeper. Yeah, absolutely. The Milan goalkeeper's name is too similar to Michael Massey. Please don't sign him. Indeed, we mentioned that earlier. I can't really sign him, unfortunately, Ladislav, I'm a Massey fan, because we are in charge of Milan. He's already here. Say It Loudly says you definitely should take Kane. 4-4-2 suits to kind of any style of players, in my opinion. And he's likely to still be there once the next round of applicants come in. So if we have to, it might be a consideration. So Say It Loudly, I take your blame, but I modified your skin to show numbers for the attributes you have in the player profile, just to get used with the skin. After one season, get back to your original. That's a fine idea. Right, so RJ's got to go. No worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping by. We've got Damien back as well. How you doing, my dude? Right, I see that you've redeemed a minigame, so let's head on over and do that for a little bit, shall we? And then we can work out what happens next. So, what is the game? The game is a round of Missing 11. So I'll explain how this game works. Relatively straightforward. In a few moments, I'm going to reveal a fixture from some point in the history of the world. Your job is to work out which players were in the starting lineup. You get 1 point for each correct player guessed. Now over here you will see that each player has a number, kind of where a shirt number would be. That indicates how many letters are in a player's surname. You need to spell the surname correctly, but you can use upper case letters, lower case letters, a mixture thereof. If a player's name has an accent in it, so like a grave E at the end of a Torre, for example, you can spell it with that accent. You can spell it without that accent. It will still work absolutely fine. So what we will be doing is you get 1 point for each correct answer. There's also a bonus point if you can guess the significance of the game. So right underneath me, you can see which side. There it is. It says team. That's where it's going to reveal what we are looking for today. And today we are looking for the Marseille team that faced AC Milan in the Champions League back in 1993. And Ladislav, our massive fan, is hot off the press. He's gone for Desai. He's gone for Pele, a Bailey Pele that is. He's gone for Deschamps. And Crodmo is reacting very much in kind because he's gone for Barthez, he's gone for Anglemer, he's gone for Demeco. Jeff Badman has gone for Rami, sadly isn't there. Zerachul has picked up on Vola. John Trotter has picked up on Bolly. It's fabulous there. We've got Salzay as well. We've got Kaiser Salzay in midfield. Eddie was going for Goetzels matchup. Unfortunately, there isn't anything for the manager, but fabulous there. Zerachul's gone, mentioned Pele, Deschamps, D'Amico, Deschamps again, Barthez again. Boksic has been mentioned. Boksic has been spelt correctly the second time, and that's a little bit better. Do we have everyone? Who picked up on Idoley? Idoley, my favourite Beck album, is at right back indeed. Fabulous stuff. I think that's everyone, right? That is sensational work, guys. Absolutely shot through it. And Johnny Trotter, picks up the bonus point. The first French winner of the European Cup / Champions League. It was indeed. It was indeed. Fabulous, fabulous stuff there. The applause from Johnny Trotter. Very, very much deserved. Fabulous stuff. Right, let's... it's that button. That button there. So I think we can hold fire on... It's saying 39 million still, rather than the 28 we just saw from the scout report. I feel like older players make sense in terms of, you know, how things generally tend to work. Let's just have a look at the actual objectives. They might have a sign players under 23. So they want us to sign players to sell for a profit. There's no reason we can't sell them for profit afterwards, even if it's harder. I feel like these experienced players feel like more Milan style signings, right? So Eddie says season for Marseille with a bit of a sour taste to it, understandably. So Damien says, did you know that Kadioglu came from your hometown of Rotterdam? I did not know that, as in he was born in Rotterdam. So this says he was born in Arnhem. But yeah, so I know that he was at NEC before Fenerbahce. Crazy trajectory here from Paris Saint-Germain to Blue Neri. We could... Oh, I do apologise there. Like, we could sign him for less than they bought him. Which is kind of good. He's got flexibility. His wage is currently at 165,000. Let's see what they're saying. 145k. He's willing to cross the divide. Let's see what happens when we try and... Now let's start at the bottom. Let's start at 21. They say 46.5. So I say 26. Right, it's gonna need the whole lot, isn't it? Because of the rivalry. We'll try at 30. How do I feel about 32 million for Ferdi Kadioglu? 31 years old now. The fact that he is from a rival, I think we're going to say no. And that's what Quadmo said indeed. So no, it's too far. There we go. Great minds think alike. Tiki presses in. Welcome in, Tiki. How you doing, my dude? How was your weekend? Sal Norby is hungry. You're going to eat something for dinner. I'm preparing myself for tomorrow. Good luck then. Have a lovely, lovely evening, my dude. So yeah, Ferdi, I'm going to say no. Tommaso Profundi, I'm not feeling it with Profundi. So for the time being, we're going to have the youngsters there at right back. Maybe that's something that once we've got more players in our pool, we'll look to address. It's 28 million, it says there. Not that one. Wages are under 200k. I'm quite happy with that. They're saying somewhere around 28 million. That's fine. They'd like to get his contract off the books. Willing to be a squad player. Let's try and say that will you drop your demands? He will indeed. So if 28 million is 28 million, I'm quite happy with that.
and we're going to hold fire on Caprile. We think that price might drop over the summer, so we'll see how that goes. Squad player, nice and easy there. 150k. So in line with discussions, they shouldn't end up being arsey when I drop that down then. Takes him through to 33, which is fine. Try and drop that just a little, not massively. Something like that. Just asking everything to drop just a tad. And they are saying, no, we will not budge on a single thing. Come on, just give me like a little bit to work with here. Absolutely no willingness. But 150k is great compared to what we're paying for a load of other players. The fact that he's flexible, he offers us a couple of options. So, you know, we will 150k is less is what he's on at the moment, less than what he's on at the moment. So yeah, that's something at least. So Lance Salva Massive fans says, how good must a player be for you to buy them without having any performance data on them, assuming the fee is a really good market opportunity? Generally speaking, I wouldn't. What we're essentially doing here is reputation based, and you can see that we're backing out of options for players because we don't have that data. We need some depth to begin with. Now, part of this was if I'm playing at home, I'd be jumping back and forth between different saves so I can look at the data from last season and then come back, and then when a new player gets recommended, I then save it and then go back to the other save, and just can't be doing it. That's just
the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Eddie, thank you very, very much. With the Prime, you only get one of them. I really, really appreciate it, my dude. Yeah, so, yeah, generally speaking, I wouldn't... What I do off-stream and on-stream is slightly different as well, because it would just be very, very tedious. I mean, I'm tedious enough as it is, right? So, I don't want to make it any worse for everyone. Right, so Nato is going to join Reggiana. That's marvellous. Busa is going to join Bari. That is equally marvellous. We're still waiting on a couple of those deals to go through. So by around the 15th of July. So when we come back onto training, the 14th of July, that's 2 weeks of scouting. So hopefully we'll have a few more players that we can look at as well. Crudmo can confirm I am very tedious. I am indeed. Tiki Breast, we're gambling without data. Exactly. But we're also at a team where we kind of know that we sort of need to as well. We need to have... They won't like it if all our signings are going to be, you know, undervalued weirdos from the third division of Vanuatu. Right, how many performance analysts can we have? We can have one more. I do like performance analysts to match closely with our tactical preferences. So as we spoke about earlier, there are essentially 3 variants within this shape. There's the one where you drop the defensive midfielder into defense. You drop the central midfielders into this strata along with the wingbacks, and you've got a 3-4-1-2. The other one is where you move the forwards out into the wide spots, you move the Enganche forwards, and that's a 4-3-3. So the hierarchy is 4-4-2 diamond, 3-4-1-2, and 4-3-3. So Malero possibly, Aliboni possibly, Sangamani possibly, Casella probably not, Burica probably not, Mara possibly, Maui not, Maeda possibly, Lamberti, and Trasciani. We will continue the advert, so we give enough time for extra applications to come in, but if we still don't get something that is kind of in our where we're looking for, then that will be where we consider beyond there. Decline all that. Benassa will move to Al Nassr for 17 million euros. That's nice. To add to the Chelsea loophole discussion earlier, I just read a headline: Chelsea sell women's side to themselves in loophole to comply with the league's PSR. Indeed. I mean, no performance because they haven't played, not because the data's been removed due to moving into a new season. Comparing Chelsea... with that, generally speaking, I tend to be less favourable towards it. If there's no information, I can't judge them. I can't judge them at all. So, maybe they're a very, very good player. But without any proof of said thing, I'm not going to spend money on them. Right, Zivkovic sold to Dortmund for 25 million euros. That's marvellous. So Tiki Press, is anyone staying in middle? Staying in middle? I'm not sure I follow there. Mean Wolf Sin, welcome in, my dude. How are you? Cameron, I see you are still in Just Italy. Heard it's lovely this time of year. We are indeed. Damien, I think we should sign Damien Van Winden and convert him to a striker. I heard he's good at chipping in high press. I mean, I'm happy to check how your career's gone. Oh, okay. Oh, no, actually, yeah, no. 53 million. Then another 8.5. I would be absolutely fine selling for Taru, but I'd like to be able to negotiate. So Joshua Xerxes is our first arrival. Hopefully that should be all right. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. So how are you doing in this career? Are you still at Dordrecht? Are you not even in the save? You might not even be in the save, I'm afraid to say. That doesn't look promising. It doesn't appear that you are. I'm sorry, my man. Vita's in. Welcome in, my dude. How was your weekend, sir? So Blue Lions was saying they were discussing scrapping the women's team in total a while ago. Thank God they didn't. The ladies are invincible. I mean, Sonia Bompasta seems to be doing a sensational job. But I suppose competitive reasons would have never been... Because, they've been the dominant side because of the money for a very, very long time now. Right, let's discuss issue with Fataru. The finances weren't right. He was valued. So I would have wanted... They were willing to go for 62 as their initial bid. With 8 million of that being based on goals. I would say around 70 is what I'd quite happily accept. That was over his valuation. Valuation's 52 to 57, so they can be happy on that side of things. We don't have to worry about the whole converting him. Like Bove can do the honours. Well, I'm hoping that we're going to get news that he's going to get transfer listed soon. That would be perfect. So Damien has great mentals indeed, which we just can't see in the skin. Naturally. So what's your tactic? Looks like everyone is leaving the middle of the pitch. So one thing you should know about Carraleros, firstly, is that they move laterally. They don't just move wide. So as you play builds round on this side, the Carralero stays central. He supports underneath. But we have defensive midfielder. I mean, in Gunch's famously state, none of these roles, however, are actually set. We're going to respond and react to what happens during pre-season as we try and learn a little bit about the players. Joshua Xerxes is going to cause an increase in revenue from shirt sales. Sure. Youth loans, that can be delegated. They needed a centre-back and signed arguably the best in the world. Wish Chelsea men operated like this. I mean, Chelsea will need a centre-back and you'll buy another goalkeeper who's not quite good enough. That'll be about right, yeah? Damien, this is painful. All my hopes and dreams are shattered. For the people interested, I'm going to send one of my goals in the Discord. It's in the football channel. Beautiful stuff, Damien. Beautiful stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. So, Vito, you left Darmstadt to Milan. We did indeed. We stepped down. We resigned from Darmstadt at the end of our 4th season, and then started applying. And thankfully, Milan didn't laugh us out of the building, which is very kind and gracious of them. So here we are. Harry, value. I'd want near the top end of his valuation. Let's say 500 there and 300 there. Let's say something like that. They've offered 725,000, 50% profit. Yeah, I will happily go with that. Got some new recruitment analysts. We've also got an ad coming up. So I will. That is our 3. No, I can't. Okay, I won't go on a break. I can't stop it though. So that will come up and we'll just go on through. So Blue Lions need a striker too. Love Jackson though. Someone's got to love Jackson, bless him. We signed him. A proper goat indeed. Right, Chelsea needs Abramovich back. Chelsea, we've solved your goalkeeping problems. A 35-year-old Mike Mignon should be the solution you need. What's that bid? You can bugger off. He's part of our plans. Cool. Okay. So the reason why I'm umming and ahhing is because this is about the time I need to be finishing. I think. Gotta be. I want to. Yeah. We're gonna end. Because I gotta be sensible and I gotta be healthy and stuff like that. So a huge thank you for everyone who came along today. Really appreciate it. We're going to be back on Wednesday, back to our normal time, 6 p.m. GMT, and we will be back, hopefully make some more signings, play some pre-season games, and kind of start to get a feel for what things are like over at Milan. So massive thank you. YouTube, I'm going to close this